Welcome, fellow explorers, to Laurence's Factorio space exploration and Krastorio² adventure. On the once verdant planet of Norvis, we greedily harvested its precious resources, delving deep into its core in our quest to satisfy our industrial systems. Yet our never-ending thirst for knowledge propelled us beyond our home into the vast expanses of space. Traversing the solar system, we unearthed exotic materials with strange electrical and mechanical properties, using powerful railguns to fling them back home. But our hunger for discovery knew no bounds. To satiate our factory, we crafted interplanetary spaceships, venturing further into the unknown. Join us in our next stream as we expand our empire interstellar, facing new challenges and unveiling the mysteries of the universe. Together we will soar to greater heights, exploring uncharted territories and embracing the wonders of the cosmos. The factory must grow. Hello everyone, welcome to Laurence Plays. It's a Monday, so we're playing some more Factorio Space Exploration and Krastorio², and we're getting kind of close to the end of this. I have a to-do list, but I don't know how much of it actually matters because, well, we're now starting to think about the Fenestra stuff. So we'll have a good look at that. But we will run through the to-do list as well and decide which of those bits and pieces I want to go through and fix. So hello everyone, hello Doopy, hello Regular, hello Tempe Spawn, and good luck defending yourself against the Ravening Thesis as well when that jumps on you tomorrow. And hello No Guard as well. I think that's everyone in chat so far, and of course hello to Tristan and Marc as well, who are lurking around and are going to be trying to crunch numbers and things. And before I do anything else and forget about it, I'm going to come over here and delete some of this track because, as I said in the video earlier over the weekend, that's breaking basically everything, and we don't want all the trains out here to stop. So I guess we'd finally got enough train throughput going on over on Agnea that suddenly we managed to form a horrendous jam here. Now the reason it's jamming this is because all of this area, if I grab a signal before that gets taken away, all of this pink area you can see is a single block, and it shouldn't be. There should be a signal in the middle of there if loop's going to be there at all, but actually the loop shouldn't be there. So if I do that, then that train can clear off and go to parts unknown. And then the system can actually drive all of the trains through like this, and that problem will be solved. So I feel like that was quite a high priority, given that we're starting to see shortages of vulcanite over in Norbit, and therefore shortages of vulcanite over on Kothar and basically everywhere else. And I don't want to be responsible for the entire factory shutting down and having a sad. Nearly there.
Do you want something from Norbit, Mike?
I'm okay, thanks. Hang on, I've got a small child here.
I don't think we supply those to Norbit. So that is the unjam the Agnea trains. We have done that. Lovely. Taras still. I need to finish off the mineral water for that one because we're not getting any immersite, and that's a severe problem. The energy science train still needs encouragement because we're not getting enough stuff up to carry on making quantum processors. I'll take a look at that at some point. I need to go over and fix the train battery memory cell system again on Talos because that's not working nicely. A couple of things from Melancholia, and Stardust has run out of sulfur for some reason. We'll take a look. We'll see where all the ships have gone for that.
Like 3 old Bloodson just appeared behind me. Like, so I'm here. You're supposed to be in bed.
And Taras needs. Oh yes, someone pointed out in the video comments that I might have forgotten to link the tanks in with the cables on the Taras ships. Yes, that's probably a good idea, Regular. So look back up here in orbit. How much is there actually in this ship? There's not that much here, but then it's going to be a while until much. Yeah, all right. Let's send it off because we might as well. It's going to take a little while for everything to filter through and start being made in suitable quantities. So if we send that one off, then that's going to help a bit. Right. Next thing is Taras. So over here. We need an unloading station down here. So I am nearby. We've had this ship turn up, but it doesn't. I don't have any underground space pipes because I am bad at planning and didn't bring all the stuff with me. These are steel underground pipes, and you can't use those in space because steel is not compatible with space apparently. But I should probably stick around a little bit longer and think about what else I need before I just run off and go and just assume I've remembered everything I've forgotten, because I will not have remembered everything I've forgotten. So let's head down to the ground. This is not the way to the ground, and get that station down at the bottom put together, and then find out what we're missing, and then come back up again and see if any of that's in the ship, and so on until things actually work nicely. So down here, we've got this station is set up quite nicely. So the train that's going to be coming down is going to be the same as this one, except it's going to have a blank space in the middle of it. So we're going to have 1, 2, 3, 4. Four. No, it's going to be a 1, 2, 1, 2, which is silly because for a space train, because you don't actually need to have the fluid handling on a space train. Sorry, you don't need to have more locomotives in a in a space train because they're all maglevs. But still, so there, and there pretty much. Do I have some humunga tanks? I do have humunga tanks. Let's put one of those. Put it there and there, then they'll link together quite nicely. And if I do the same over here, actually put one there and one there. And then move that pump across a bit. There we go. So now we only have 2 sets of tanks to worry about. I will link them together with a pump because I feel like I might as well. Like so. We're going to need power for all of this, of course, but that's easy enough. I can just pull out one of the massive pylon substations and stick it in here to just power everything that way. Leave the other two discussing whatever they need in the from now on. Right, so that's a lot of pollution. Let's turn that off. I don't care about pollution really. So we need to somehow pump we need to find out where mineral water is in order to pump more of it into those pipes. So there's a supply of it here. In fact, there's tanks for it down here. So the easiest way to do it is going to be to tap into this pipe here, I suspect. That's in almost the right place. That's pretty good. All right, let's carry on with that plan. So bring that pipe over to here and then up here like that. And I need a few pieces of pipe in the middle of this. There, and can I have my? Yeah, okay, I've got my carrots back. And over here, where was it? Oh yes, there we go. Put that in there. Right, so there we go. That's going to push it down this pipe. It'll go into these tanks down here, and everything will hopefully then run appropriately. Essentially, what we've done here is I've replaced the pump, the mineral water mine that used to be up there. In fact, let's put that pipe back in just in case. I've replaced the mineral water mine up there with a supply that's going to be pumped out of these tanks over here. So it shouldn't need any further modification. Yeah, I would have used steel pipes, but I didn't have any steel pipes. And I don't have any underground pipes, normal underground pipes either, so I'm afraid you're just going to have to deal with it. I'm sorry about that. So that was remarkably easy. Now all I need to get this working is a system of pipes to push it down from there, or to pass it down from there to down here, where we have an actual full station. Oh yes, I was going to hook up. Oh, I was going to put in some kind of logic along here to say I only want to pump through when there's more in here than there is in here. Do I have combinators I can do this with? I want arithmetic combinators, really. I don't think I can do it with a decided combinator, can I? Oh, yes, I can. I could say for every mineral water there is... Where's mineral? There it is. There's mineral water. For every mineral water in there, if it's... not equal to 0, then output the input count of, we'll just say M for mineral water. Input count of that. There we go. So I can and then I can wire that up to this pipe. So now switch over to snapsat mode. Get some cables. That goes to there, and then that goes to there and there. And so that's saying that. So if M is we say if M is greater than mineral water, then I want to do the pumping. So that should work. And I'll just copy all of that and paste it in over here like that to get the same settings. I'll also want to copy that to in the middle somewhere. It doesn't really matter. I'll put another one of those down there, and then I'll wire that one in. Yes, that'll be fine. Yeah, so I think that's okay. Yeah, that'll be okay because the M that's being created by this one and passed to this pump will be passed up to here, but this doesn't care about M's on the input, so that should be absolutely fine. I think we'll find out when I come back and put all the pipes in place and nothing works, but I think that should be all right. So now I need to fly back to Norbit and get some space underground pipes. And then, so I've got space underground pipes, can run them down there, and some space pipes as well, just to be sure. Can run them down there, plug it in, and we'll be able to unload the spaceship. Now, I did say I wanted to check that I'd remember to connect the tanks up on here, because someone suggested that I possibly hadn't. On this ship, I have remembered, so that one is okay. It is, however, quite possible to have not on the other one of those ships. So that is the Taras 1 over there in Norbit, and here I have not connected it in. So the comments from the comment gallery were correct there. That needs to be plugged in, and now it will depart and go and queue over by Taras. So that's good. That's behaving as we'd expect. Right. Next question is, where is Talos in relation to everything else I'm doing? So Taras is there. I might. No, let's try and fix Talos remotely. I mean, I should be able to, I think. So over here, if I take a look down here. So the problem down here is I've got these inserters here set to pass through everything except those 4 things. And those 4 things are the things that were coming out in these belts. So previously, that worked absolutely fine. That was great. However, I've now added in 3 extra things. The enriched vulcanite, the meteor ammo, and the train batteries, and therefore there is a problem. They got passed down into here. You can see there's a load of enriched vulcanite and some train batteries and so on in down here. We've also got a dead train battery in here. I don't know how that's got into here, but it somehow it has. So that's not supposed to happen, but oh well. So if I rotate, so all of these have signals being passed into them from this combinator and from this arithmetic combinator, which is multiplying everything in here by -1 and feeding it. What on earth was I doing down here? I have no idea. So what I want to basically at this point, what I want to do is I want to take in the signal from everything that's in this warehouse. I want to add, or I want to subtract massive quantities of the stuff that's meant to stay in the warehouse, and then feed it onto these combinators here. So let's do that. So firstly, I'm going to unwire this from everything it's doing, because it's not actually doing anything sensible at the moment. So I'll remove that and all of this, because I'm going to need to use green cables. So do that. Exactly, yes, I want the system like I'm using in Norbit, which for some reason over here I was doing something different. Now down here we are doing something different, because the idea was to split to only have a certain amount of each of the things that we're bringing over in the bottom warehouse, and keep the excess and keep the spares in the top warehouse, and that worked pretty well. But over here, there were problems. Also, this is passing things through, and I don't know what it's passing through. Oh, okay. It's the holmium cables coming up this belt. All right, good. I'm glad I now know what's being done there. So over here, I'm going to use green cables because I haven't used them yet around here. So that'll go to there, and then boom, 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 boom across there. Here, I would like to get rid of all of these things. Don't need any of that. I want to turn that back on again so I can see what we're playing with. Then we want to say the the iridium ingots. I want to say -1 million. 10 million or 10 million, whatever. Same with the vitalic reagent. And the methane ice, and finally not finally, that's the whole point. And the normal vulcanite, and then also the enriched vulcanite. And then to finish off the fixings over here, I also want to do where is it? That one, meteor defense ammo and train batteries. Do train batteries come in here? Yes, there they are. Yeah, it's one of the split keyboard things, and that gives me a certain amount less choice over what I'd have keyboard wise. And to be honest, it's quite a cheap one as well, but it mostly works. Right. So I also I'm not familiar with an Alice layout, so maybe. What are you passing through? No, what? No. Stop that. Oh, and it needs to whitelist those, probably. No, wait. Yes, whitelist. Right. So now copy that across here. I don't know why they all pass through a handful of iridium ingots, but never mind, because I'm about to sort everything out again. So over here, I'm going to set to whitelist, and I'm going to clear out the things that aren't meant to be there. So we'll actually, I could have just let that run as it was. So we want the iridium ingots. Oh, a train has arrived just to make things more complicated. Actually, it doesn't matter because it's going to work. It's going to pass things through correctly the way it should. So we have some iridium ingots down there that shouldn't be there. We have some enriched vulcanite there that shouldn't be there. And we have some meteor defense ammo that shouldn't be there. So if I set those ones up like that, and then close that, and rotate that to point upwards, there we go. It's now passing back through the things that shouldn't be in this bottom warehouse to put them into here, which means we'll now get yes, there we go. There's the meteor defense ammo bimbling off up there, and the enriched vulcanite. So that is now working. The system now seems to be kind of working over here. Right. Okay. Let's have a look. Good evening, Chloe, and Persistent as well, and Mike for some reason. Yes. Yeah. Oh yeah, I didn't do train batteries. You're quite right. Let's get them as well. Boom. There we go. So that should now hopefully there shouldn't be anything we don't want down here. No, that looks correct at a glance. Then up here we've got 900 train batteries to pass back through. We've got 450 enriched vulcanite. So the numbers are still going to be wrong on the whole memory cell system. However, they're going to be wrong in such a way that we're going to have too many, not too few, and I'm kind of okay with that. Well, that's yeah. I don't think if I put the dead train battery on this belt, it'll flow around. Yes, it'll flow around to here, and it will go into this box here, and then it will just languish here forever. So I don't think that will actually be a help. Well, I suppose I could then pass it out to Mike by changing the other filter on here to pass it out as well. Yeah, that is certainly a possibility. It will go, and then it will go into the Arcalink chest. Mike probably wouldn't take it out at the other. Well, he might take it out at the other end. No, he wouldn't because he's doing positive selections at the other end, whitelisting. So that would then be put. So it would then pop straight back out here and go into. Yeah, all right. Let's do that because that'll get rid of it. Over here, how are you getting on? Have you taken out all of the iridium? Yes, you have. So that means I can change that for a broken train battery. That'll get passed through. There we go. And I put broken train battery. No, put the broken train battery on there as well, and it should get passed out up here. There we go. And then over here. Well, I can put it on here as well. It may or may not find its way out from here, but if it does, it'll find its way through the system and come back again. So that's fine. I'm okay with that. So we're going to keep passing these things through until over in Melancholia. Melon. Until he's satiated with train batteries, which he appears to be now. Excellent.
It's doing pretty good actually, looking at it, which is nice.
What's the it?
The train batteries.
Oh, okay. Yeah, there's now. I found 1,000 of them that were somewhere they shouldn't have been. So
yeah, I mean, if it works, then why not?
I've now put them back where they're supposed to be, and so you've got them all, or at least you've got several. You've got about 1,000 of them. Meteor defense ammo appears to not be being fed through either, so that's presumably okay. Sulfur a bit came through and then stopped again, so that I think things are now working here, with the exception of that train that's run out of battery over there. Which, as I say,
so I'm going to head out there in a moment. I'm just basically waiting for the last few miners to get loaded up into a ship.
Awesome.
And then basically going to spend today going around claiming more patches.
Lovely. Yeah, as I said in the video, I definitely accept responsibility for that one. I put too many train batteries in over here. So
he's broken it again, chap. It's just in a different way this time.
Yeah, pretty much.
Send them to Mike and make them his problem.
I mean, I could, but no, that's.
I have a whole warehouse of capacity spare.
Yeah, I mean,
because I expect things to go wrong.
The thing is that means, so up here I would have to set the number of what we're watching for over here. What are we seeing at the moment? Incidentally, we are seeing a request for. We're at 317 and we're trying to get to 400. So if we set that to 0, that'll mean we'll ask for 400 fewer, and things will be a little bit saner down there. I'm not sure it's going to be actually sane, but it's going to be a little bit saner. Just need to get lots of trains doing stuff to churn through all those extra batteries. But yeah, I think actually what I'll do is I'll deactivate this system. So I'll set that to -2000, So that will definitely not put any more in. I'll go... I mean, the way to fix this is to just dump everything out of the system through to over to Mike and say here, and then to start counting again from scratch. So let's do that. So over here as well, I shall say run through if number is less than minus 200. Then back down to the ground, and I want to just if I just dump all of this through. Then we can get rid of everything off this out of the system, empty this out completely, and then we'll know there's 0 in the system, and I can reset the counter, and then everything will be both hunky and dory. But that's going to take a while because I'm doing side loading because just bad design. So yeah, classic indeed. Hello, Vladimir. Welcome. Right, let's go and see where my spaceship is. Have I made it? Have I made it all the way to Norbit? I have. Excellent. Now I'm going to follow the sensible advice that somebody gave me a moment ago, and I didn't actually comment on at the time, which was go over there and actually lay some ghosts out in Taras orbit to make sure I don't go out there with insufficient piping. My intention is to take enough of it that it won't be a problem either way. Have I unset all of these? Yes, I have. Well done, me. I do intend to go out there. I do intend to request enough that it won't be a problem, and I'll definitely have plenty, but it's better to have a proper plenty than just a vague plenty, and not a known quantity of plenty, rather than just going, yeah, I'm sure that'll be enough. So that goes like that. Then I need a space pipe, which is that one. Actually, I should be using the long pieces for this, shouldn't I? I should be using the 15s. Let's try that. Let's see how many of those I can squeeze in instead of underground pipes. That'd be much better for my UPSs. Can we just pick up these again, please? Thank you. And that one as well. And then 1, 2, 3, and a bit. Can I put a 9 in there? Yes. And then let's just use simple space pipes for the last bit up at the top here. 1, 2, 3, 1, 2. So I could have used an 11 if there was such a thing, but there isn't such a thing. Okay, so now hopefully we will see a thing here that says in Taras orbit. Yes, there we go. I'm missing quite a load of inserters as well, and some deep space underground belts. Oh yeah, that was for upgrading all of this at some point. So what we've got here, these are just stack fill. Yeah, okay. These are meant to be the stack filter. No, you know what I mean. I'll come back over here and copy it off the thingies as I get to go through and set it up. Right. So over here, we would like to have. I'd like to have a pop-up, and I don't get one. 24 superior filter inserters. That's the name I was looking for. These bunnies. So sure, 50 is more than 24. 8 deep space undergrounds. So just 10 of those. Keyboards are difficult. And then some underground pipes, various space pipes. So I'll have a stack of those, will be plenty. As you can see, we only need 8 of those. And 6 individuals, 4 15s, and a 9. So individuals, 15s. I'm just going to take a stake attack. No, take a stack of each one just because it's easier. Right, there we go. So we'll get all of that loaded up. Then we'll be ready to fly out. I'm going to get a couple of extra space locomotives actually, just to make the trains look slightly more proper. And then I'll be able to trigger off things being completely full as well. Yeah, I'm asking for stacks
Laurence.
for most things. The Deep Space Underground's a little bit more expensive. Yes, Tristan.
Just to let you know, the signal going to Taras for glass and silicon now has a green signal on it of 1 as well. So if you want to do any power level detection, power brownout protection, you can do that with that easily.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. I'll
It
potentially do
doesn't
that.
particularly matter, but it's available.
Cool. I don't know why I had so many construction bots. Probably got stolen by when the ship left or something like that. Right, so we'll give it a moment or two for that to all appear. And while that's happening, let's go and have another look at Talos with an L. And see how things are going down there with sending everything to Mike to say sort of merry arbitrary day. And I think these will be the flood that came through from the train coming back down again recently. There's so much ice and sulfur going through, or at least there was, that we stopped sending train batteries, but that's okay. There's only a brief pause. And I'm going to have a quick look up in orbit.
I've come to relieve you.
make sure that we're not putting more into the train, because that would be silly.
Yeah.
Yes, the inserter is idle. Excellent. That's how it should be. Okay, that is now empty. Excellent.
Before I can go.
So now that we know there is nothing in the system, I can come up here, I can delete that combinator, and I go, actually I didn't mean to delete that combinator, we'll put it back in again, but that'll mean it'll be reset back to 0. Can I have my combinator back, please? Hello? Bots. It goes back in. It's going to come back out again? Or was it already doing it? Was the one already doing it? Oh, no, it hasn't already happened. Come on, bots. Wake up. Look, it's right there. Grab it. There we go. Right, so the bot can bring that over. Hello, other Mike. Welcome. A wind farm in the North Sea. Wow, you always pop up in the most exotic of locations. Right, so I can set that back to 200 now. And there we go. 200 will be fed through. And we can see that climbing up. And it'll hit 200 like that, and then it'll stop. Excellent. And then down here, we can say, we'll say 200 on this one as well. So 200 like that. And then we'll load them into the train like this. And that'll and eventually those will go back down, and we'll have a nice happy 200 of each of them in the system. And hopefully the whole system, we won't get too many jams and too many fails from that. So we've now got everything we need over here. So let's head back to Taras. I can't spell apparently. I don't know. I can't tell whether I can't spell because it's underneath Tristan's icon. There we go. Taras orbit. Let's go there. Oh, right. Yes, you're right. I did unset that, didn't I? So back over at Talos. Yes, we need to. I mean, the system would work. This counting would work. Sorry. It's just Mike could get an awful lot of everything. A lot more than he actually wants. There we go. So those are now enable, disable, when it's less than 0. Good. So that should now all be absolutely fine. You're probably right, Lupus. Yes, I think just removing the cable that goes from input to output and then putting it back again would also reset it. Yes, that would be a much easier way to do it. I shall try and remember to do that next time. Thank you for the suggestion. Right, so let's have another look at my old to-do list and see which of those things I actually want to do today. So let's get a black background though, so we can actually read the thing. So, Agnair train sorted, lovely. Taras, mineral water is, well, I'm working on that. Oh yeah, let's go and encourage the energy science train. That's an easy thing to do. Assuming Tristan hasn't already jumped in and gone, trains, and done it for me.
No, I had a look at it and it was loading.
Right, so we've got an so the problem we have with this is with this energy train science down here is it's loaded up everything that's wanted at the moment. So all the lights down here are red. We've got everything except this one. What are you waiting for? We've run out of something. Oh, imersite crystals.
There's a purple belt that's empty as well.
Oh yeah. And holmium cables. That's an interesting one to run out of. I thought we had plenty of holmium everything's now.
Oh, they're not being brought up there anymore.
You're right.
So it doesn't matter.
Okay. So we're dribbling a little bit more holmium through there, but yeah, I think I either need to sort out the imersite feed, or I need to just request more of something. Let's go and have a look up topside and see what we see what we're nearest to short of. Yeah, that's roughly the sort of encouragement I was talking about. Yeah, but more by just actually increasing the demands on it and then making it work harder for a living. So over here we have a shopping list. We need to be in navsat mode to fiddle with it though. So we have a shopping list and we go, which of these things are we running a little bit low on but could do with we'd be happy to get a few more of. So we're doing pretty well on blue circuits and cryonite. We're a bit low on imersite crystals, but there's nothing we can do about that because that's a separate problem. Over here we have plenty of more steel than we're expecting, about the same for that. The holmium cables, I think, are having something funny done with them, and they're not relevant anyway. And the red cables are not meant to be stored there anyway, so we'll gloss over those. Mirrors don't come up this way. Plastic is got loads. Everything's got loads, except holmium cables, which are about to run out like that. It might, yeah, more holmium ingots might be the thing to ask for, or maybe a bit more copper. No, copper we've got plenty of. Yeah, all of these things are satisfied except the stuff that goes into making the quantum processors, because that's basically all we've been making over here recently. Let's put that up to 2,500 and see if that makes enough of a difference.
So, good news, the gate has combinator attachments.
Oh, not even remotely.
Bad news, it says not implemented yet on them when you mouse over them.
That's really mean.
Yeah, I didn't notice that, and so I specifically brought out poles and combinators.
Yeah, so we were hoping that we were going to be able to set up some sort of elegant system for programming the Stargate out here. Yeah, it turns out that the elegant systems have not been implemented yet, so we're just going to have to be very mildly disappointed by this. So we do have lasers around it now, though, so that's nice. Got that going for it. I can hear siren noises. I hope they're not directed at me. Okay, so increasing that by 500 was not enough, because that's only one row in a train. So we need a lot more than that. So you know what? I'm just going to send this train off manually. And once we have immersite crystals available, at that point, then hopefully they'll be able to fill the train up properly. Yes, the stargates are insufficiently advanced. That sounds about right. Are we nearly there yet? No, minute and a half. So 3 minutes of real time. In that case, let's try and find the secondary mails and have another look at the to-do list. Boop, there we go. Talos, done that. Melon's done that. Melon, that's for Mike. Yeah, why does Stardust have no sulfur? That will be an interesting one to investigate for certain values of interesting. So, Stardust. Here we go. So there is, in fact, no sulfur out here, as stated. There's none being brought in down here, and that means that now the sulfuric acid tank up here is empty. So where are all the spaceships, and why are they? So where are all the spaceships, and why are they not bringing sulfur with them? So there's one. The Starstruck is on its way to Stardust. Let's have a look at what you've got with you. Okay, there is a quantity of sulfur in this spaceship. So when it arrives, we will unload 15,000 sulfur, and probably that means everything will be okay again. Oh yes, I need a hat. I don't have. It's too hot for hats. Don't be mean. And we do have over here. We do have a full warehouse, or a full 3 warehouses full of naquitite. So that means when the ship lands here, there is enough to fill it up again, and then the sulfur can go around and acid and up and all that sort of thing. Then there is an additional completely full warehouse here. But then at that point we start to run out. So we can redo one ship, and we'll probably be okay from there. I also don't have a hat in grabbing range. There's one over there. I'll get it in a minute if I remember. It is much too hot for hats at the moment. It's I don't know how many degrees it is over here, but it's a lot. It's also a lot hotter upstairs and in this quite small room than it is downstairs. So I've got the door open and the window at least partly open, which is I think is it's definitely helping a bit, but it's still kind of toasty. Play the hydrate. That's a much better one given the weather. Yeah, that I will do. That is a request I can certainly fulfil.
Bye, Tristan.
Bye.
Yes, yeah. Next stream goal is to fund an air conditioning unit. That sounds like an excellent idea. It might make the computers run a bit better as well. I do remember last summer I had some problems with the computer that's handling the streams probably overheating and having issues until I pointed a fan at it. So maybe pointing a fan at myself would probably also be a good idea. Right, has that been 3 minutes? No.
That's the question, though, isn't it? Do you have any fans?
I'm actually really getting really quite close to 500 YouTube subscribers. So I'm going to say yes.
Congratulations.
And I can't remember how many people are on Discord in my fan club, but it's a decent number.
I see what you did there, Playnut. Yeah. What do you mean? He has OnlyFans. Oh no. I see what you did there.
Are people interested in seeing what happened?
I wonder where you're going with that.
Oh no! Read the room.
With the Stargate, if we try and change one of them.
Oh yeah, let's have a look at that.
Sorry, try and change one of what?
What if
one of the the segments when it's already up and running?
Oh, sorry, yes, go for it.
Booting. Booted. Right, so there now we have a Stargate.
I don't think you've got enough laser turrets around there. I think you need some artillery and laser artillery as well.
We'd probably blow up
I
the Stargate.
can't
if
currently
we did
rotate it.
Ah.
Although there is a big red button which I will press once fighters appear.
Fighters!
I pressed the big red button. Nothing is happening.
Oh, that's because that the big red button only stops the rotation.
Yeah.
Yes, I know, but I was
you thought, does it stop
trying
other
it in
things?
case.
Also, having pressed R on one of the things around the
Yeah.
edge, nothing happens.
I mean, in defense, things haven't finished coming through yet. You know, it's...
I don't
You think
think
we
they
should just
do.
leave it and see if they'll ever stop? Yeah.
They do, yeah.
Oh.
I've just cut the power.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
It's mildly disappointing. Okay, so that means that setting up each time,
It's a
if we want to change the sigils going around the edge of or the glyphs going around that are programmed into the Stargate, we have to cut the power, we have to turn it back on again, go through the whole boot up sequence, and so it's quite sending out signals on it is quite a slow process, which is a shame. I mean, it's a bit dirty, but that means if we wanted to do it, if we wanted to actually brute force through a load of stuff, we could do. Well, actually, I was going to say save scum it, but the amount of time it takes to load this game, that probably wouldn't actually help. Yes, persistent. You're correct there. If we manage to work out the correct sequence today, then we'd be basically finished. I mean, we might do a sort of a bit of a retrospective and other stuff like that. But also, we've promised we won't actually complete it until Marc is back, because that would be mean, and he's not going to be around this week. He'll be back next week though. So yeah, we're going to try quite hard not to actually finish it this week. But yeah, we believe that if we do that, we'll have solved the Stargate puzzle, we'll have completed the game. However, there are one or two other researches, like the Spaceship Victory, that we still want to do anyway after we've done the official game completion thing, and we might pick off a few more of these while we're waiting as well. And I was going to say anything that's non-infinite, but they're all now infinite or semi-infinite. And my definition of semi-infinite is something like the mining productivity 14, for example. Technically, it's not an infinite one because it doesn't say 14-infinity on it. You need to get up to down here 17-infinity for it to properly be an infinite one. However, it is just the same thing over and over again with more and more expensive science packs. So I wouldn't be too upset if we stopped at this point, is essentially what I'm trying to say. No, well, I have a couple of streams that I do want to do. So one of them is going to be playing, running through with a complete Factorio noob, which is running through more or less vanilla to see how that goes. And this could be either before or after 2.0 comes out. But if it was after, I think it'd probably be without Space Age. When 2.0 comes out, I will of course be playing Space Age as soon as it comes out. That will be then take over from everything. There are various other Factorio mods that are tempting to take a look at. But I do know that some of the people who are in this stream are perhaps a little Factorio'd out and would like to have a break from it. So I would probably do a solo Factorio stream, or the one with Ruth, as I was saying. We'll see how that goes. I don't believe a 2.0 release date has been confirmed yet, no. It was, I think, no earlier than October? Was it August? No, I think it was no earlier than August. But it wasn't, it will be out in August. It was a not before August, I think was the answer. Actually, portable air conditioner for 250 quid doesn't sound too bad. That is indeed quite tempting, and especially as it's sort of, I think it's slightly more than 1 month a year that I'd want it. We will see. Yeah, I work in a home office which is not air conditioned, so I am quite tempted. Was the there was definitely. August has definitely been mentioned, and I'm pretty sure it was a no earlier than. But I'm not certain. But it could be that there's been an August to October, as regulars saying. I wouldn't like to say for sure because I don't know. However, I do know that I've arrived in Taras, so that means that's not the control panel. That's the control panel, so that means I can anchor and park in this convenient space over here again. Yay, nobody stole my parking space. Go into this box and I say, oh, what's going on? Where are they? What? These are blue. Okay, apparently I had some superior inserters in my inventory apparently. So I would like some of those, a couple of those, a load of that, some of that, and that, and that. And that means my bots can now have a brief bot frenzy. We'll put down all these pipes. There we go. We've got the mineral water flowing through there now. It's going down into these tanks. And if I've got things right, it should all go into the first tank, and then it should be pumped through into the second tank. It isn't being pumped through into... Oh, it's because there isn't any... This is in 20... Oh. This is not outputting. It's... That's weird. Okay, so this doesn't... This will only output the number of M's. That's annoying. So I do need arithmetic combinators, which is irritating because I don't have any, which is why I put the others down. Yes, exactly regular. I was hoping it would if I was monitoring for one specific thing, it would output that. It would output the other specific thing. Oh, there's one. Let's go over and proof of concept this, because I'll be even more annoyed if it turns out you can't do it with well, if I fall off the world. Yeah. Now I don't know whether the August thing is due to people being optimistic. They said, where they've said, it may be August. And people are going, ooh, that means it'll be out in August, or whether it's or whether there is an actual definite, actual likely August. So I want to, so over here I want to do the mineral water type. No, let's do +0 output as M. There we go. M is greater than mineral water, so I got that the wrong way around as well. So double fail there. But now this should pump through until there's the same amount in both of these tanks. So flickering over. Hang on, this one's working. I mean, I've got all the pumps the wrong way around, sure, but what? Why did that one not work, but these ones did? Very confused. Oh, so looking at... right. Oh, yes, you're right. Okay, so yeah, this isn't going to work. You're quite right. So I need to remove that and that before things go weird. Because that's working off the number in this one. Oh, right. Yeah, okay. Fair enough. I'm going to go down to the planet and see if there are any arithmetic combinators down there that I can steal. If there aren't, it's a long... Well, if there aren't, I'll probably smelt some copper together. It's a little bit annoying that you can't just reconfigure a combinator to be any kind of combinator. Ooh, I see some... Yeah, there we go, arithmetic combinator. Did I grab those? Yes, I did. Back up. Something's coming through the portal. Is it biters?
As is tradition.
As is tradition.
Would it be quite funny if something else came through the portal?
What'd be quite funny is if you get it right, a load of engineers come through the portal. That'd be really cool. And then you have to fight them because it turns out you weren't very popular in your home universe, and that's why they exiled you to the Wooby Galaxy.
Sabotage.
Yes.
While the ship broke.
So that to there and that to there. Lovely. Right, so now this should, if my calculations are correct, and there's a chance of that, should balance all of these nicely together to have the same amount in every tank. So here we're saying 79, and that's stopped. Yeah, of course it's getting pumped into the trains as well, which makes it a little bit more weird, but never mind. Yes, if a ship came through, that'd be even more impressive. Persistent things. So what you're saying, we'll just get a ship full of Germans, and Marc and his friends will come through and just come through, rip up our entire factory, and make it better. I mean, that is not impossible. Do I want to bother powering this locomotive? Probably not. So I want you to go to Terrace Orbit Station until you have a full cargo. That should do. And then I want you to go to Terrace Downstream. Then I want you to go to... I have no idea what it's going to be called. I don't even know if I've given the... It was another one of those random error messages that we don't understand. Space locomotive does not support logistics requests. Right, so down here, do you have a sensible name? No. Mineral
I don't know what
water
to research
drop.
now.
Yeah. Are any of them remotely useful? I mean, mining productivity is a possibility, but
Energy weapons damage for make the turrets around the portal even more excessively overpowered.
maybe. Oh, I don't know whether it's an uppercase or a lowercase drop. You know what? Let's just send it down and then program it when it gets down to the bottom. So, oh yeah, pick up a couple of swarm safeties just in case we have another massive swarm. Yeah, or 4 of them. That's fine too. Come on, train. Here, train. Oh, it's going to come out over here, isn't it? And it's going to say no path, but that's fine. Can I can't select the train. I need to do this. Okay, there we go. And I want you to go to mineral water drop until empty, and then I want you to go to terrace up. There we go. Trainee. Are you actually trying to go to mineral water drop? You're just going incredibly slowly for no apparent reason. Why are you going so slowly? Also, are you a boosted train? If so, I need to put down a... You're not a boosted train. You're not a boosted train either. Oh, well, never mind. I mean, to be honest... Oh, it's probably going slowly because I got used to boosted trains, so that's basically fine. Oh, hello, Raiders. Welcome, Burgers and Fries, and those of you with you. Good to see you. Are you another K2SE player as well? If so, I should probably make sure I don't talk about... What the hell are you doing? Oh. Right. Let's fix that then. Mineral water pickup. There we go. Let's try and not screw this up. There we go. Yes. So hello. Welcome to the stream. Saying, are you an SE player? If so, I should probably be a little bit careful about spoilers and things because we are quite late game at this point, and we are playing around with the end game puzzle. ATO. I'm not familiar with that one. But yeah, we're pretty much at least. What? No. Okay, so get rid of that one. Add in a station. We need to go to mineral water pickup. Before we go... Yeah, okay, it does technically work there. We'll put it at the top so I don't confuse myself until full. Right, go there. There we go. Oh, all the overhauls I'm not familiar with. But okay. Oh, I see. K2SE and... Right, yeah, that does sound like a lot. Okay, well, I shall refrain from talking about the Stargate puzzle for at least a few minutes, while because I don't want to spoil anything for you because nobody likes spoilers. But consider yourself welcome. Please stick around if you want to see more of what we've been up to. I can give you a quick base tour, or you can check out the videos on the YouTube channel. Shameless plug. But for now, how are we doing? We've run out of mineral water. I mean, that's kind of inevitable, I suppose, given this. Tank up here is now empty, and the train is actually what is this stores? It's 30 to 120,000, and these are 200,000. Okay, yes, so it's a train and a half. Fine, that all seems to be working as expected then. I'm not going to explain the maths just yet. That will be its own video eventually. So we'll there will be a video talking about that at some point, but not just yet. Right. Okay. So the spaceship is still here because it hasn't loaded up. We put in 180 stacks of miscellaneous stuff there. So yeah, we're making some progress with it. But basically, at the moment, we need to wait for the system down on Terras to start working again. Then we can fill it up and things will start going. Yeah, I could power the... Ooh, thanks to the sub flurry persistent, much appreciated. So loads of people getting their subs from that. Excellent. But this means, so yes, down here we will see that we've got the mineral water has now been brought down by the train. It's being pumped through the tanks over here, blah 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 blah, down the pipes, and that means that now the system way over here can kick back in again. We can start churning through all the imersite, all the raw imersite that's coming in, and the imersite core chunks. That can process down nicely, and then we can start making the crystals and the plates again. Now I noticed the crystal belt appears to be rather full. This is a bit of a concern, and appears to be because we're putting other stuff on it. Why is the sulfur going onto this? Why is the sulfur... What? This is all a bit mysterious to me. Okay, let's not do that. Oh yeah, it's because there's too many different... There's loads of different things trying to be fed out from here. So we've got the sulfur being mixed onto this belt down here, this general waste disposal belt. I've got the and I've got the crystals coming along here, and I think this belt should be fast enough if it's just the crystals going onto it, but because there's a load of sulfur, we've now got a load of backlog that we have to work through. Also, because the system was asleep for quite a while, we had a backlog. We had an excess supply of the crushed imersite coming in here, and so I think that means this system is now running faster than it normally would. So in normal use, I believe the system is fast enough to take everything away. However, because we've pumped in a load of extra inputs, it's running a bit faster than it normally would. So we've got this overflow happening down here, which is why there's a bit of sand coming through that's not getting turned into glass or silicon over here, and why these belts are not fast enough. Also, somewhere down here, I ran out of green belts, and then it turns into blue belts. So that's putting quite a bit of slowdown on the system as well. However, I sort of don't care, because we've got a huge amount of stuff being passed through, going into the trains. So we're making the imersite crystals at a decent rate. This will drop off a little bit, I think, once we get rid of the backlog of input, and then things will calm down a bit, and it'll probably start working. So fingers crossed there, but I think that should work nicely. Yes, definite thanks for the flood of subs. That is much appreciated, and I'm sure appreciated by all the lucky people who got them as well. Over here, we still have some input coming in here. Oh, that's another little mine down here that's passing a bit more through to the older system. Okay, fine. And some core processing passing in down here as well. Oh no, that one gets taken away over to the newer, more efficient system. I think I'm kind of okay with this. It's a little bit inefficient. We could do slightly better if we pass this over to the other more modern system, but at this stage of the game, I think we've got enough being supplied that I'm not too worried about it. And we've got 66,000 mineral water left over here. We brought down 120,000, so we've pumped half of it through into the system to get it flowing again. However, so a lot of that will have gone into things like these tanks down here. We've got another 10 just being backlogged in there, where there's loads and loads in the pipes. Well, there could potentially be loads in the pipes. There doesn't seem to be, but in theory, there could be loads in the pipes that we're just storing up there. The system seems to be working quite happily. Over here, where the mineral water is actually being used, we do not have any kind of shortages of mineral water. So I think this is all right. My only concern is whether the amount that was fitted onto the spaceship is going to be enough to produce a spaceship's worth of imersite and all of the byproducts that go with it. So let's have another quick look up in orbit. How are we getting on? Nothing has happened up here yet. We've got a train. Why are you sat there like a lunatic? You're in manual mode. Good. Go to Terrace Orbit Station. That's all fine. Now leave. Get lost. Oh yes, it's because I was messing around with the locomotives on it, because I didn't have enough space locomotives for the train initially. So, train now's arrived, unload a load of stuff. This is going to be what? These are 50 each, aren't they? So that's another 200 stacks. So it's 100 going into each one of these. So we need 4 trains in total, including that one, or just over actually. So a 5th train might be required. And then we'll have filled up these 2 warehouses. Ship can leave and take a load of stuff back, and then the other one can land in here with another huge storage tank, another 200,000 mineral water, which will mean this train down here will be able to run twice because it's mostly full now. So we'll take a little bit out of the next tank. That'll send it off down once, and then when we send it round again, we'll have a 3rd train's worth down there. So I think we're probably going to be all right, but it does definitely deserve keeping a little bit of an eye on. Okay, speaking of keeping an eye on things, let's go and have a quick look at Stardust, because I reckon that was probably going to be okay once a ship had arrived. Has that ship still not arrived? It has still not arrived. It's nearly there, but it's not quite there yet. How far out are you? 28 seconds. Well, a minute at 30 UPS, but it'll be there fairly soon. And then it can unload. Yeah, it can unload the iridium and the sulfur it's carrying, and then things should kick back in again. And looking at, well, space, the next ship over here, the Stardust Express, is quite a long way out. Let's find out how far out. 22 minutes or 23 minutes at real time. So it's going to be a good while before that arrives over in Stardust, and by then I would expect the sulfur that's in the Starstruck to be enough to have provided enough acid for there to be full warehouses for this one to pick up. And then Maybe we'll get some more of it coming out from Kalidas at some point in the future. There's a rather big gap here. I'm used to there being sort of 3 or 4 strung out along here in a row. Let's see if we can find more of them. Okay, there's at least one parked over Norvis. So that suggests they're not filling up in Norvis the way, or Norbit the way I would expect them to. Let's have a look at that. Norbit. It's here, isn't it? Yeah, Stardust. Oh, I see. We have a shortage of sulfur. Well, we're about to bring through a big pile of it from Mumble Place. Taras. What is? Oh, I see. It's because it's all. We've got quite a lot of it available. It's just all being sent out to Big Grid because it's needed there. So, yes. The train over. Do we have a specific sulfur train? I think we probably do. Yes, we have a specific sulfur train, but it's struggling to keep up. Okay. It's not ideal, but at this stage of the game, it's probably okay. Probably not too much of a worry. We do have a load of methane ice as well that's being pumped through and taken off to Talos to be made into used as part of the Naquium processing. At least I assume that's where it's going. Boink. There's a Talos ship. Right, and there's some more Naquium has been delivered, so things are ticking over. Not very much Naquium though. That's weird. I don't know why the ship turned up mostly empty. Has Talos not got a appropriate timer on the Naquium ship? I'd have thought it would, because it's a relatively recent system. It's this one here. Yeah, it's got a timer here to make sure it doesn't leave too early. That's weird. I'm surprised that left. It's possible it was given a poke last time out for reasons I can no longer remember and has only just arrived, but that doesn't seem quite right either. What's that for? Oh yeah, I know what that's for. Yeah, over here we think we have. Well, we have plenty of power. We think we have plenty of Naquium. Yes, we've got 1,000 Naquium more than the minimum point where we start feeding more in. Yeah, that's true. It didn't. It's strange. I don't know. Yeah, I don't know why this ship turned up, but it's filling up with miscellaneous. So I guess we'll let it pick up some stuff and then see if it ever leaves. I don't know what we're asking for though. Over here, what we've got. Okay, it is just methane ice we're loading in at the moment. So we are presumably let's try and work out what's going on here. So we have we're looking for 4 ticks on the input. We've got 1 tick for having unloaded all the Naquium. We've got 1 tick for having loaded up all the fuel. We've got 1 tick for having loaded up everything that we expect to load up. So we're just waiting for the additional tick that says all the inserters over here have stopped flickering, I think. And where does that come? What's this one over here? 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, 4. I see 4 output tick signals going to this thing that's trying to count to 4 and is only receiving 3. Oh, it's not plugged into that one. What? Did this system ever work? I don't understand. We're now getting a load more iridium coming through. Fine. Or is this... Oh, no, this is going somewhere else. This is going to... No, there's nothing on the output of this combinator. What? So, okay, we've got over here, we've got a 10... Yeah, we're putting in another 10 million onto the signal for the... Right, so the idea is we want to load the ship up until it's full of everything, and then it can leave. But over here we've got... except for methane ice, which we don't care. We don't care if it's not got enough of that. So coming out of here, we're looking for everything being less than 0, and then we can output a tick, which we're not doing. Something is not less than 0. We don't have enough sulfur. Okay, so we need another 35 sulfur to be delivered. And an arbitrary amount of methane ice. We don't care about that. No, Marc is not here to troubleshoot, but I think this sort of level of troubleshooting I should be able to manage myself. But so yeah, we need a little bit more sulfur because there was a 35 sulfur on the combinator over there. We don't seem to have any sulfur. Why is there no sulfur coming up from here? Let's go down to the ground and have a look. So presumably that will come from over here. There'll be a sulfurous train. Here? None of these are sulfur. What? Was I partway through an upgrade? Is there a shortage of sulfur down here? Many other questions you do not want to know the answers to. Sulfur. Oh, sulfur for spaceport is being done from over here. So there's this one. The train is not here. So does that mean the train is on its way up? Probably. There's a good healthy supply of it there. Let's go back up to orbit. Oh, there. Yes, here we go. Here's the train of sulfur. So that can be pumped through down here. I'll go into the. I'll go over here onto the belt over here. So we'll feed that through, and eventually this will get through. It'll get to the spaceship, and the spaceship will be able to arrive, be able to depart. So we're getting through a lot of sulfur over there on Talos at the moment, but not because we're actually getting through a lot of sulfur on Talos, but because we're also feeding it through to Melancholia, where it's being turned into our acid in order to mine the naquium, or the naquitite, that's then being passed back to Talos to be processed into naquium. And so we're getting through a lot of it over there. So we have high demands, but it was only requesting an additional 35. So we'll see how long that takes to find its way through. Because the problem is, over here we've got a lot of other places that are also requesting large amounts of sulfur. That does appear to be a little bit of a bottleneck. Maybe I need to put in a second train. See, oh, and it's prioritised as well to make it even worse. Why is that prioritised for Big Grid? Don't prioritise it for Big Grid. There are other places that need it at least as much. Just don't have a priority. Send half of it each way. That's much fairer. I blame Marc for that. Although I can't tell because now it says last user or me. So because I went in and fixed it before I... Oh, and then it's prioritising an input here. Okay, that's fair enough. That's good because that's the one that's coming from... that's coming from Taras. So yeah, we want to prioritise the input. I'm okay with splitting it 50-50 between, where is this, Talos and Talos again, but I'm not okay with splitting it 100% for Big Grid. I suppose actually it's not even 50-50. It's not even 50% for Talos. Well, it is actually, because 50% is going to Big Grid, then 25% is going to Talos, and then the other 25% is going to Talos N. To Stardust. Talos N has left. That's surprising. Did he get where did he get his 35? I'm very confused. Oh, no, there's another tick from down here. I missed this one out. The one that you have been there for a certain amount of time tick. I feel like that should be hooked back up again because I don't want the ship to... Yeah, let's change this back. Let's change this back to a 5. Or change this to a 5. And then put in a red cable here, because I don't want it to leave when it hasn't picked up the amount of sulfur that's going to be required. That might have been a temporary hack for reasons, and if so, I am disgusted with myself.
Spaceship taking damage.
Ooh. Spaceship 40. Oh, 2 entities have been destroyed. That spaceship is now going to be sat dead in space. And I don't know how you find Spaceship 40 from... Find out which one is number 40.
It's the Fenestra.
Oh, the Fenestra one.
Yeah, it's the one that was supposed to be bringing out more matter.
It's run out of power.
Oh.
There's
plenty of fuel cells.
Uh.
Oh, there's empty ones that are blocking
up.
up.
Being taken out. Yeah. It's overfilled on empties. Why are they... There's only 2 on the input side of the other of the Philometron. I'm surprised they weren't being taken out.
That'll be
because it ran out of matter.
Yeah.
Which meant they weren't being reloaded. Which meant that the thing deadlocked.
Yeah, I was expecting it to have more than 2 on the input side, but that is apparently not the case.
No, Factorio only ever tends to have 2 inputs.
Right. So it ran out of power, but it kept moving quite quickly because it was already moving quite quickly and smacked into a couple of rocks, which made some holes in the front of the ship and a load of damage up there. And yeah, that's a problem. Where is it? It is navigating spatial distortions. Okay.
It's going to be a pain.
An hour and 8 into the stream, Laurence broke the spaceport. Yeah, that sounds about right. Yeah, I have to admit, there was. I'm trying to remember why, but I had suspicions that this system was going to cause problems. And I don't think this wasn't the failure case I was expecting. I think I was expecting it to run out of matter fuel because the tanks were empty when it was flying. Not really taking into account the amount stored in these extra canisters in the chest over here, and actually these other 6 over here as well. So basically, there's too many. Oh no, yeah, yes. So it needs a chest on the other side to take the empties out and and dispose of those as well. So, well, that's going to be tricky because the ship's the wrong shape for that. Sorry, the buildings are the wrong size for that to work nicely. Okay, well, that's a thing to be sorted at some point, I guess. Okay. Yeah, that will work if there was a robot port and all those bits and pieces on the ship.
Okay, there's some walls up at the top that I can steal to reassemble it.
Yeah, there's quite a few spares in there. Not quite enough to prevent the damage, but certainly some spares. Right, where was I? Oh yes, I was eyeing up the sulfur supplies over here. 1 sulfur has made it through. No, it's not quite that bad. Because a lot of it's been put into here. About 300, almost 600 has made it through. 540. However, the Stardust chips are endlessly waiting for sulfur. So, yeah, we have a bit of a problem with the sulfur supply. Now, I think the part of the reason it's so bad is because the train that's bringing the sulfur up comes up the elevator and has to come all the way along here, drop it off, then all the way back again to go and get some more. And that's quite a long round trip. And I suspect it also probably fills up quite slowly when it's down on Norvis. Is it you? Are you the sulfur train? Yes, you are. Have you been properly boosted? Yes. So it's going as fast as it can. However, as fast as it can is not sufficient.
How full is the battery? How full are the batteries on it?
Yes, mostly.
Okay.
Nearly full.
I was mostly noticing that there wasn't a Tesla coil there, but that's fine. If it's full.
Yeah, it's fine. What I think I'll do is put in another temporary station here, and then clone the spaceship, and have a second one doing the rounds, so it'll be brought up twice as fast. So if I put in a piece of track like that, it's about there, and then nope, and then coming back out again like that, and it will need signals on it like this, and this, and it will need a station at the end of it like that. And then we'll be able to... and it needs these signals in there as well, of course. Actually, does it need those signals? Yes, I think it does. Yeah, because otherwise it wouldn't get past this signal. So this signal here, because there wouldn't be anything to let it in. So put that in there. Direct copy of this one. So we'll now tell the sulfur train... When next time it comes... Once this has been built, we'll tell the sulfur train to come into here, and then go around to here. And then I can put in a second train running it. And if we ever do get to the point where we have enough sulfur, the trains can wait in this station and in this station, so it won't cause jammings. There's a slight risk of there getting 2 trains stuck in both trains being at the bottom at the same time. But if that happens, then that means our sulfur supply has failed down on the ground, and that needs to be sorted out. Or our sulfur supply is insufficient, or problems like that. Electra orbit. That's one of the... Oh, that'll be one of the suns. That's a rocks fall. Rocks fall. Everybody dies.
Yeah, that was 11 meteors.
11.
Of which we destroyed 7.
It's not brilliant.
Yowza.
10 shots. So
yeah, all the guns
80% hit chance.
Yeah.
Hang on, 0 out of 16 structures remain ready. So we have 16, but we're only able to fire 10 times.
Maybe there were 2 in quick succession.
Do they all have ammo?
I'll look in a second. I was going to say the good news is that we have enough power that doesn't technically matter. The anchor is still anchoring. No, some of them don't have ammo. There's an inserter missing. That's not going to help because there's nothing out here to build it. But yeah, there was an inserter missing, so most of the bottom row don't have any ammo. I blame Marc. because it's got his name on all the guns.
Potentially that means every single one has that issue.
That is true. Let's have a look at Brunus, because that's another name I can remember. This one was built by Mike, and no, this one has the inserter. So
did I absent-mindedly correct Mark's design then?
Apparently. Or
you
something
out, Mark.
something went wrong with the building. Who knows? But yeah, Persistent says it's because we don't have 41 turrets, and she's not wrong. 41 turrets would probably have defended it, but
as long as they actually had ammo.
Also, so would 16 probably, if they'd all had the ammunition. Yes. Yes, if Immersight... Well, now that Immersight is flowing, we should have some more sulfur coming through as well, yes. You're quite right. But even so, I think I'd still like to have the extra over here. I should call this spaceport sulfur weight. So. And then I shall see if the train is... No, the train is not in reach. I would like to copy and paste the train, because anything else is doing all the programming for it is going to be a faff, and so I'd rather just make another one exactly the same. Can we have the train back, please? How about now? How about now? No. Where am I? What am I doing? Okay, so we've got still intact. Am I in the? Where am I? Oh, I'm there. Okay, so over in Taras we have the ship filling up nicely. It's 2/3 full. Has this been out and come back again? I think this might be the other ship. We've emptied that. Let's have a look. So down here we've got how much we've got in these trains. Yeah, this is the other ship. So the Taras has gone and the Taras has come back. So we've got the other ship there. There's there's a couple of construction bots in here with some spaceship floor looking a little bit confused. Oh dear. So the system seems to be working quite nicely. I am pretty happy with this. I did do most of the upgrade over here. Oh, I did the inserters. I haven't done these underground belts yet, though, so let's do that. Oh, I was going to... Not that it'll make any real difference, because we've easily got... Yeah, the undergrounds here are the same speed as the loaders up here, so it doesn't actually matter. But yes, I should grab those, and then there we go. We'll do the rest of the upgrades.
And being an extra turret now on the front of...
I imagine it's absolutely fine as long as it has power. It's because it didn't have power and it panicked and problems and poom. There we go. So we've got lots flowing through here. This system down here is a bit rubbish because I didn't want to use too many deep space things because they're expensive. I haven't I? I could. It wouldn't actually help. Well, I could reduce the number of belts. No, I don't think it would. I don't think it would actually help because all of the we're not feeding it in. It's not coming out of the trains fast enough for. Or maybe it is actually. Maybe if I had faster belts, faster everything, it would be a bit quicker. Do I have enough of these? No, I don't. I can only upgrade 2 more of these anyway. Oh, but. No, it's okay. They're all split. So we've got a single deep space belt coming out of each train thing, out of each wagon, and then they're all being split somewhere. And then we've got 8 belts going in up here. So upgrading all of these deep space belts along here could just be normal belts. Could be normal space belts, and it'd be absolutely fine. It's a bit wasteful, really. Although this would potentially give the opportunity to then split these 2 belts off and do other shenaniganery. But I don't think I want to. I think it's probably fine as it is. I think, we are not rate limited by the rate we're chucking stuff up these belts here. The train is not. Well, there's another train coming up almost immediately, but I think we are not rate limited by the rate we can get the stuff out of these trains. So I think it's probably fine as it is. I will check that, however, because I'm saying I think a lot about that. Yeah, this warehouse is basically empty. So the bottleneck is how fast we are making stuff and pumping it into this warehouse in order to ship it up to Tower Orbit. The rate of loading and unloading the trains is irrelevant at the moment. The glass disposal belt here has the is the only one that's green all the way up to the warehouse. That's clearly my priority. Right, let's have another look at the disposal of all of the stuff that we don't want system. So how are we getting on over here? Right, we're not getting rid of this trash belt is currently massively underrunning. And this is why previously I was putting the sulfur onto this belt. Because then we don't have sulfur going down here, as much sulfur coming down here, which means we don't have as much of it. We're not taking up as much space on this belt, which means this one can run a bit faster. So let's let that go for a moment and see how we. We're getting a. We're not backlogging on the immosite crystals there. I don't think. 20, 24, 30, 30. Maybe we are. No priority. Send half each way. Actually, we're caught up there now. So now it's pulling through a bit faster here. Maybe we can just stick that all on the left side. Yeah, I feel like the amount we have backlogged on here is definitely going there. Yeah, there we go. Yeah, it is all fitting on there, and we have quite a lot of sulfur trying to get out from up here. So I think this is probably the right way to do it. We can now get rid of a bit more out from down here. Yeah, the first three of these machines, or the last three, are now empty. It actually says the first one. In fact, all the crushers now. Yeah, so that's sorted this out along here. We're now pulling the stone through from here as well. Yeah, that seems to be okay now. I think we are pulverizing stuff at the rate we wish to pulverize it. Although that said, we do also have a massive backlog of core fragments along here that are coming through insufficiently quickly. Because these machines have all stopped. Why have you stopped? Oh, too much oil. Ugh. So that's coming down to here to be put into barrels. And you're filling up with barrels. Oh, I see. And then we're not able to dispose of the barrels quickly enough because of this. So what I... This is all horrible. I don't like it. I do want to feed these barrels into there instead, or something like that. What if we put in another piece of belt there? What would that do? Probably nothing useful, and it probably won't find it. I probably don't have one on this planet. Although, once we finally pull this all the way through, and it is getting shorter, then we'll suddenly have room to put the barrels on. So that's going to clear that out very reasonably quickly. And then these systems will start running again, which means more stone will get through. And therefore it'll catch up again, but at least maybe they'll be all right. Well, we'll see. That's about to filter through there. So now we can get rid of. There we go. We can get rid of the barrels. The inserter can run as fast as it can. It's a long-handled inserter, so it's as fast as it can. Isn't very fast. However, it's enough. This oil level is going down. Yes. The amount of oil in that pipe is going down now. So now all of these pulverizers up here are running, which means that there is a lot more stone coming through here, which means all of this is jamming up again. Oh, lovely. Which means the barrels can't get out. So it is a self-limiting system, and it is also a complete and utter nonsense. What Muppet designed this? Oh yes, it was me. We've got theoretically the same problem over here with the pyroflux as well, but we don't seem to produce as much pyroflux, so it's less of a problem. It takes a lot longer for it to jam up. But this oil is... Oh, that belt did arrive. Could I do something else with this? I mean, I could put belts running in like this, and then put a splitter in here, so then the barrels would definitely get out. Is there another splitter? Probably. Let's find out. Do we have a green splitter down here on the ground? Carrots. Yes, we do. Excellent. So, I mean, it's going to cause problems for a moment or two. We're going to get rid of lots of oil barrels, yes, but it's going to cause problems while we wait for this to get built. But once that's in place, I can then rotate the belt here, feed all the oil barrels around here. It's some lovely spaghetti. I know how much you like about spaghetti, how much everyone likes spaghetti. So that's right. Yeah, that's true. This then gets fed onto a blue belt further down. So I just don't have enough stuff along here to upgrade it. Oh yeah, you're right. It is, isn't it? So what I actually want to do is get rid of that and keep that and put the splitter in there instead. Do that. If we could remove that belt as well, that'd be much appreciated. Before the bot comes over to place the splitter and goes, well, I don't know what to do with this. That would be nice. Come on, bot, sort your lives out. Am I going to have to go down there and do it myself? I am over the correct planet to do that, but you know, I would hope that the bots would be able to sort this sort of thing out. Right, so here comes the splitter. I'm just going to sit there and go, well, and here comes the other pieces of belt. Could somebody pick up that piece of belt, please? Come on. Yeah, it's not. There's a load of core fragments backed up here. Don't be silly. But yes, it just sort of helped. At least we'll be able to get rid of the sulfur quite easily now. Come on, where are the bots to do my bidding? What's going on? I'm not showing them on the map, but seriously, where are they? Okay, where did they come from? Why are they still on their... Why are they only just on their way over? Oh, and there's another two coming up from down here as well. What is going on with these robots? Why are they being so... Right, there we go. Now I can do that. And go back to navsat mode so I can see what... So turn the lights on a bit. There we go. That's a bit bright. Sorry about that. Okay, that should now work nicely. The only risk factor now is the same sort of problem happening with the pyroflux, but that doesn't seem to be so much of an issue because we clearly produce a lot less of it. Hello, Persistent. Why are you shouting at me? Oh, you want a hat, do you? I still say it's too hot for hats. Oh, and thanks for the follow, Rensweir. Much appreciated. I suppose I probably should. There's one. My headphone cable isn't really long enough for this sort of shenaniganry. You won't be able to see it anyway because it's going to be off the top of the view. But there we go. Right. Happy now? I hope so. I've tangled my cables. Yeah. There we go. Right. So, crumbs, Penfold. I mean, Danger Mouse, or where? All right. So now we have a backlog of stone that we're trying to pass through. I am tempted to do input priorities like this all the way through here to get the stone to be passed through. It's a false economy, really, because we've got the same amount of stuff trying to come through from somewhere, no matter what we do. But that feels better somehow. Yeah, the hat was just a bit too far away, and I couldn't reach it without the cables being awkward. But I took that one for the team, or as it were. If I run that through there, do we have those undergrounds? Yes, we do. Okay, so I can run the pyroflux barrels through there and get them to be guaranteed disposal as well. So there we go. Got rid of all of the stone now, and got rid of all the core byproducts from here. Pass it on through there and we'll get them from here. I'm fiddling with things that don't really need to be fiddled with, to be honest. What would be much more of an improvement would be upgrading this belt wherever it is that it goes blue. I don't know if I'm going to have enough bits for that. There's a lot of splitters along here from previous designs. I'm just trying to see where it becomes a blue belt. Oh, here's some blue. So I want an upgrade on that, and then yeah, it looks like it's a from here. So let's see how much of this we can get upgraded. This is quite a long way. I don't know if we're going to have the capacity for this. And when I say capacity, I mean green belts. And that. There we go. So how short are we? Oh no, we've got all of that. Nice. Maybe I should have been upgrading loads of these to green belts all the way along, but never mind. The other ones, the crystals and the plates, those are theoretically the important ones, and they seem to be absolutely fine. There's plenty of throughput on those, plenty of space on those. You can see why I was using some of these as disposal belts earlier. Although,
good news, downstream has received some glass and some silicon,
Okay, good. Yeah,
which is flowing off in the appropriate directions.
that's good. Good to hear. It has to. Yeah, it has to have gone somewhere because I've been feeding it in, so it's good to know it's going the right way. Right.
This may be the first amount that's actually arrived down on Norbis.
I wouldn't be surprised because it's been there's quite a lot of things not going quite as well as we would like in order to ship it through.
And it's a long chain.
And it's a long chain, yes. Right, is that full green belt speed? Yes, it is. You can see the stuff on it moving at the same speed as the green tags on the belt. So that is now going flat out. Excellent. Through here, it's not quite as quick because we're merging it with that belt, but we are getting at least a flow of all of this junk through. Oh, and that's been placed now, so I can do that and get rid of those barrels before that becomes a problem. So yeah, I put in quite a major increase in how fast this belt is. And it feels like it's made basically no difference, so that's nice. Oh, but this crystal belt has ground to a halt. Well, I say ground to a halt. It's struggling. Hang on, I just looked at this one. It was empty halfway down at the other end of the belt. What's going on? I guess it was just that was because it paused because it was being produced from somewhere else. All right. A green belt is 75? Let's check that, see if I'm right. 60 items per second. Okay, so there's a bigger jump between those. So yeah, you get 15, 30, 45, 60, and then you jump up to 90 for the superiors. So the superiors are a lot superior. But like I say, it kind of doesn't matter. We're getting an almost full belt of imersite crystals coming through, and that's pretty much the important thing. That's what we want. The other way to look at it is, are we getting through all of the inputs that are coming in? And the answer is no, not quite. That might be because this belt is over full. I could probably do some side balancing on this. Like that. Get a little bit more pushed in there. Yeah, the input belts are running fairly freely along here. This input belt is running a bit slower, but that's sort of a good thing. Because, actually, yeah, we want most of what we're making to be coming from the core fragments if we can, if we have the core fragments available. And we'd like these systems to be running basically as fast as they can. And the output of these is flowing quite happily. I think this is okay. It's not perfect. We could probably eke a smidge more throughput out of it. Where are you going? Oh, to put that in, of course, just as I asked for. That makes sense. Yeah, so we probably could get a smidge more out of it if we eked just a tiny bit of extra speed out of the belts and disposals and stuff like that. But I think this is basically okay. I am happy with the rate that we are churning through everything here, and I think our imersite production rate is probably the healthiest it's ever been. Let's have a look and see if I can prove myself a liar. Imersite crystals and plates as well. So if we look at that over the last 50 hours, is probably plenty. 10 hours maybe. So we had this big spike here when the system kicked back in again because we had more of it than we because we had an excess stored on the belt, buffered up on the belts. Over here we had the imersite crystal being made at 1200 and plate at 1600. We are now up to 2400 and 1500. So yes, that's definitely an improvement, especially as the crystal seems to be the one we get through the most of. So ideally we want more crystal than plate. That said, if we ever manage to fill up the buffers of one or the other of them, then it'll fill up all the way back to here, and then we'll get a boost on the other one of them, and we'll make more of that. That said, if we do fill up on plate and we get a boost on the imersite crystal side, I don't know where it's all going. I don't know where it's going to go because this belt is full. I guess this is why we should really be sending the sulfur down onto the main disposal belt down here. However, unfortunately, this belt is not fast enough. Maybe we should be upgrading that, making it faster. I don't know. It's doing pretty well. I mean, I feel like we're getting rid of most of it, but it's definitely not satisfying this machine here. And therefore the other one's down, the what's name. I'm going to take the input priorities off it because I feel like this might have been a bad idea. And then see how it gets on. It makes very little difference overall because all of the stuff is going to be going to... We've got one belt, all of this stuff is being disposed of down eventually. So yes, the crystal output is being filled up with sulfur, you're quite right. However, I don't know where else to put it because there isn't room on this belt down here. I don't want to put it on this belt. I suppose I could put some on this belt. That's a possibility. There's quite a bit of space on it because when we turn there's almost a full belt of sand coming in, but we turn that into glass, and then it's only half a belt there. So yeah, okay, let's put some more byproducts onto there. If I say I want, no, I don't want that. What? Oh right, yeah. Bring that out there and bring it over to here. And then put another green splitter in there. Everything's going to break for a moment, but never mind. Once we get all of that placed, and I should have all the stuff I need for that. Yes, I do. Yeah, once we get this placed, and we can put the sulfur and the silicon onto this disposal belt instead. That should make things quite a bit better. I think. We'll see. It might just make things more chaotic. In which case, I then want to out priority that to the right, so it sends it all down here, rather than trying to put it onto this belt, which has stopped. Have we got enough? Does that mean we've got enough? We reckon we've got enough crystal? Surely not. Has that been stopped by? Yeah, we've got enough crystal. Bam, bam, bam. Wow. Okay, that was unexpected, but good news nonetheless. So that one's so we've now got to the point where we reckon we have enough. Well, we did briefly reckon we had enough crystal. It started getting through again. A train must have just left in orbit with some of it to take it off to wherever it's needed. So okay, we don't have enough crystal. But if we pull all of that, in fact, in theory, I shouldn't be passing the sulfur and the silicon out onto here at all. I'm hoping that we'll be able to empty all the sand back out of here again, all the glass out of here again. Ah, yeah. So the problem here, the reason this is so bad, is because we've got too much glass in here, because we can't get rid of it onto this belt because this belt's too full. We're then feeding a load of the sand through instead of making it to glass. So I think in order to get this fixed, this is going to make things worse further back upstream. But if I input priority from the left here to just push the glass and the sand through, then there we go. We're passing now. Most of the sand is being passed through up there. There we go. We've got rid of a lot of the sand, so this will then trickle through like that. Now there is room to start putting this out onto the belt, and maybe we'll get rid of all the glass out of these machines, and we'll have those gaps again that we were seeing earlier, and then we can fill those gaps up with sulfur and silicon, and things will run a bit better. Until then, we're just going to keep trying to cram it onto this belt up here, and eventually we'll jam, eventually jam things up a bit. Oh dear. No need for that. We just want we don't want the sand to back up ideally, because that will stop the rest of the processing up here running. So I think this is good now. We just need to get the we've got rid of almost half of the amount of glass we had stockpiled in these machines. So just leave that running. Yeah, well, actually, there's a big gap on the disposal belt down here. No, I think we might be about there. This is all caught up now because I've taken all the sulfur off this belt. So now there's suddenly there's room. This kind of tempts me to put it onto onto both of these belts, because we're clearly struggling with the sulfur up here. I say that, actually we're not. We're not backing up on sulfur, we just have a lot of it around. We're backed up on the crystals instead. Oh, because the sulfur is being pushed onto the crystal belt here. Like I say though, once this gets down to 0 like that, now the sulfur is going to be flowing onto here a bit faster, because there's going to be a lot more space available for it. And you know what, I'm going to upgrade some of this belt to green so we can push it through in a little bit quicker if there's the space for it. Yeah. I think a lot of the fiddling, I will happily admit that a lot of the fiddling I'm doing at the moment is probably completely unnecessary. We've got a decent amount of immosite coming through. I don't think there is a serious problem with it, with anything up here. We just have quite a lot of other stuff that we're trying to get rid of as well. And I'm just fiddling with it and trying to make it run as efficiently as possible. And for some reason, there's a lot more on the port side of the belt than there is on the starboard side, which is mildly unfortunate, but it's because these loaders seem to prefer to put it onto the port side than the starboard side. Okay, you can see it's getting each time, every so often it's getting better and better. I was thinking about that. Put in a splitter here and have it come down onto here and this one. And I'm not sure which way I prioritise it, but yeah, I think that's probably is the best idea at this point. So let's put in. All right, I'll put in that there and that there. Then once those are in place, I can put in a splitter here and remove. Actually, no, I don't need that one. And then remove these two, and it'll just pour through. So blue splitter, blue splitter, blue splitter, blue splitter. Go there. And hopefully that'll come over reasonably quickly. Yep, there it is. Is that it? Yes, that's it. That's the blue splitter. Suddenly that's broken all of my hard work at emptying these belts up here. But never mind, it doesn't actually matter because we haven't had an actual problem up there. So now I want to remove those two. And now we see, yes, down here we have that coming through like that. Okay. How about if I put in an input priority from the right here and an output priority to the... also to the right, because then it'll try and put it onto here as much as possible. We'll fill this belt up, because this is the last thing loading this belt. However, if we prioritise this input, we can then top it up with sulfur from here. And then any excess can be passed through here and put onto this disposal belt over here. It's just a bit of a shame we've got so much more of everything on the starboard side of the belts than on the port side, but never mind. Okay, there we go. After lots of tinkering, it is now better. This should be flowing. Oh no, we've got a load more coming in from here. That's why it's not flowing steadily as I was expecting it to. Still, I reckon. Even when we get a bit of a flurry like that, I reckon this is now looking a lot better than it has done at any other point up until now. I am very tempted to do a side balancer in here, but I don't want to come in and start fiddling with this, because the more I fiddle with it, each time I fiddle with it, it puts a bit of a break in the amount that's going through. So I'd rather keep it running than increase the efficiency of it ever so slightly. Because I could put quite a bit more on the starboard side of the belt coming down here, and there's plenty of room to get rid of it. But doing so would mean that I'd have to pause it for a little while. It does indeed seem better. This is the level this is backed up to. This was all the way back up to the machine, up to here somewhere before. Now it's down to here. This one is only backed up to here, and it's also getting shorter and shorter as we watch it. So yes, it is much better. I think we are out of the woods with this one. I say that I keep watching for this to go through the splitter and disappear, allow this to start flowing at full speed, and it was taking ages to do so. Yeah, that's definitely healthy now. You can see the this disappearing down here as well. And in a moment, I'm not going to say we're not going to have any sulfur coming out, but we're going to have big gaps in the belts. Everything's going to be fine and being disposed of neatly. And more happily, even better, I've pulled all of the sulfur off the crystal belt. So this is now just crystals. So if we're able to build the crystals a bit faster, there's more capacity there. So, and by that I mean if we manage to get to the point where we're backed up along the plate belt, we can output the crystals a bit quicker. Granted, not that much quicker because this is only a blue belt, but certainly a little bit quicker, and I think that's valuable. It's interesting how much there's still coming along here, though. Sometimes we get these big gaps like this, and we flow through quite a lot of the sulfur, and then you get a big solid patch, and it backs up, and we have to send it down this belt instead. But that's why I have two disposal belts, I suppose. That's absolutely fine. I'm really glad I started packing the sand down into glass though last week. That's making an enormous difference because there's something like I think it's about half. It's about half, isn't it? Yeah, 16 sand turns into 8 glass. So we've got half as much stuff on the belt here, which means there is now room to put the sulfur onto it. Before it was, well, this full. And this on a purple, when you put that onto a green, is very, very full indeed. Good. So we have imersite crystals again. So let's go over and have a look at the graphometron over on Norvis. It's going to tell us we don't have any imersite crystals because they'll be being taken away as fast as they arrive. But still, it's a start. So looking along here, where are the problems? That doesn't count. That doesn't count. That doesn't count. We're a tiny bit short of glass, but I mean, it's still green, so I'm happy with that. Green belts are still a bit of a problem, but that's an imersite crystal problem, or imersite plate problem. So once we have the imersite in a nice supply, we'll have plenty of that. Don't care about liquid rocket fuel anymore. Oh, we are very, very low on, what's that? That's one of the logistic sciences? Utility sciences. And also advanced sciences, but we know about those. Those might not be counted properly. In fact, those aren't counted properly. That's something I could fix. Astro Catalog 1 is a bit short. That's because we recently did a load of star mapping researches, and also because there's a problem I discussed in the last video. It may or may not be worth actually fixing that one. True, I can see how long...
Safety is double speed and uses the ones that are missing.
Oh, okay, lovely.
So that's why that's short.
So
it should be recovering.
Astro catalogs have been a problem for quite a long time. Green belts have been a problem for a very, very long time, although they haven't actually run out. Plastic we don't care about, as I say. That's been a while. This one, yeah, sorry, you say that's why we've run out of utility science packs.
Yes.
Okay. Those have never not been a problem. Holmium is a problem. It's kind of a problem, but it's not been for all that long. So that suggests we've got sort of spaceships coming in, unloading, and then it all gets taken away and used up rather quickly.
Oh, we're doing Arcosphere stuff. It's flickering over on the right.
Yeah. Yeah, all these bouncing up and down mean we're busily doing Arcosphere things. Presumably that means we're doing one of the we're doing deep space. This takes Deep Space Science 4, the factory spaceship research. So that's why that'll be the
part of the reason I chose it.
To actually use that. Yeah, fair. The Vita stuff are all problems and have been problems for quite a long time. This is just standard. We don't seem to be able to pull enough of that through because we use the Vitalic reagent in enormous quantities for Naquium processing and for making modules. And so, yeah, this has been a struggle for a very, very long time. Over here we have we've got plenty of imersite crystals, a little bit short of plate and a little bit short of Naquium. So, essentially, we're not doing too badly over here. I'll take a look at the astroscience in a moment because it'd be nice to have a little bit more of that. Yeah, the graph is certainly interesting. It gives us lots of information that we may or may not want. Yeah, these are fairly new at the top here. The graph down at the bottom. This has been around for absolutely ages. Been in loads of the videos. You've probably seen this. This tells us how much we have in storage of all of the things across the bottom here. The lights up at the top are new. Those have only been there a week or two, and those tell us how long for the things down here that are red or worse. Tells us how long it's been a problem for. So each of these blobs is 5 real world minutes. So this one, for example, has been a problem for 15 real world minutes. This one has been a problem for 25. This has been a problem for an amount of time I don't want to count because there's too many of them.
Minus 5 minutes from the numbers you're saying. The first one lights up immediately.
Oh, okay.
So, otherwise, it's not obvious that it's in that area.
Oh, okay. So 10 minutes there, 20 minutes there. The flickering happening over here for the Arcospheres, but we'll ignore that. But yeah,
There's 0 minutes. It's been a problem for 0 minutes.
Yes. The biggest problem over here is the one that's been a problem for the longest is the green belt production, which is happening just down here and over this way. And I'm guessing that's going into these storage things up here. It's an immersium gear wheels problem, which come from over here, which has run out of immersium plate. So I was right. It's an imersite/immersium problem. We'll get a bit. Eventually, we'll get some flowing through down here, and it'll be okay. But I've solved the immersium problem. Is kind of more or less sort of solved-ish now. So yes,
that'll be
but it'll take
because we massively depleted the number of purple belts.
So yes, all the greens have been turned into purples. Yeah, that makes sense.
And we're still building up the number of purples. It looks like.
Yeah, we've run out of immersium gears for those as well. So it's going to take a while for that to recover, but it probably will as long as we keep the imersite running. Yeah, I was planning to put in something a bit like Chloe's account of saying how long it's been since the factory last blew up, that would watch the science. It's not that way. That would monitor the inputs for the science up in space over. Please hold. Over here, and essentially count all of the inputs, and whenever they and have a counter that's basically saying counting up how long there has been enough of all of the science packs being fed in. Now at the moment there aren't enough. It wouldn't work at the moment because we've run out of utility. We're about to run out of production. We don't have. Well, we have the energy for flowing in constantly, so that again wouldn't be on the belt. The material for we're getting through as fast as we're making it. The advanced 2 we seem to have run out of. Yeah, so there's lots of problems around here with the science at the moment.
Oh wow!
With this running out of many different packs because we're doing Factory Spaceship 7, which uses 32,000 of absolutely everything. Well, all the high end stuff anyway. So it's kind of pricey. It doesn't use any of the Norvian sciences though. It only uses the space ones. So if we look at something like stronger explosives, you can see we're using red, green, grey, blue, gold. These ones, okay, they do use gold, but they don't use any of the other Norvian ones, which is interesting. I do feel that one of the things I like about some of the mods, at least the mods that do it, is when they use specific different science packs for different things. Vanilla Factorio feels very much like it's the early researchers use the first pack, then they use the first and second, then they use the first, second, and third, then they use first and fourth, and up to seventh, and then they use all of them. And it'd be nice if, for example, you do something where it say, well, this isn't chemical, so we're not going to use blue science for this one. We are going to use yellow science because it's whatever yellow science is related to. And so I quite like it when they're a little bit more selective. About the only thing that Vanilla Factorio does that with is the military science. So you'll only use that for that will only be fed in when you you only use that when you're actually doing a military science. So what are we short of over here? What is it? It's the advanced science pack, advanced 2 that is causing the problems at the moment. Although there's quite a lot of other stuff that is lower than it should be, but is gradually filling up. We don't use basic.
All the ones that come over from the bus because utility hasn't filled back up yet.
Right. Okay.
So
we still have a bit of buffer of those in the inside the labs. So it is actually the advanced science pack that is causing the current problem. So let's follow that one back and go and play Why is Science Sad Today? This belt goes all the way up here, round this way, in over here. Huh? There's some on the belt. It's sad because we can't get rid of the junk data cards quickly enough.
Oh.
It's because people have been lazy and not been not been putting in splitters. They've just been merging things along here. But also because but also because we clearly don't have enough throughput on this system, loading it in down here. I guess that's a long old belt. That's been pumped in solidly as a priority. So it's making the whatever science over there a little bit sad. Material science is going to be a little bit sad because we can't take away all of the contaminated scrap. That said, material science can use the bottom belt for that, so I'm not too concerned about that. However, actually, it is just the one side of this belt that is completely full. So if we can bring it in, if we can balance that a little bit more, then we'll have quite a bit more throughput available. Oh no. Where was the problem? Here's the problem. So we need to put in a deep space splitter up here, like that, and then rotate that way. This is going to make things even worse for a moment or two, but we've seen the making it worse to make it better problem before. I was going to say that we should do some balancing on these things as well, but actually, given we're feeding all of this, it's all going on to the starboard side of the belt, and that's the side over here that had less on it. This is actually secretly a good thing, having it being unbalanced. Because there's a lot of things being side-loaded onto this side of the belt, as you say, that's why it's full like that. But I think there's probably other places where we're side-loading it. He says suspiciously, like that one, for example. So that's why this is why this side of the belt is so much fuller. But this one is being side-loaded here, so that's all going to be going onto the starboard side of the belt, which is the one that has a lot more space on it. So that's actually kind of a good thing in a slightly weird way. If we could have that splitter over... Oh, here it comes. Is that it? Coming? I think so. It's the right sort of colour, but it's moving so... Yes, it is. Yeah, there we go. There's our splitter. So we'll point that in there. And those broken ones will disappear very, very quickly. Now we can take out the junk ones. And there we go. The advanced science packs are flowing again. Lovely. What a ridiculous problem to have. Now, I don't know how quickly they're being made. They are... Are they being made? Yeah, they're being made here. I don't know if they're being made fast enough or not, because we are currently filling a buffer back up again. I guess we'll keep an eye on it. Oh, that's going to be using more of the AI cores, so that's going to be another sync on the quantum processors, so that's lovely. We are... This belt is not going down, despite the best efforts. It's going down a little bit now. But then we'll no doubt get another flood of them through once we produce another bank of science packs here. Space trains run on batteries. So these things on this belt here, these are train batteries, and you put them in the train bimbles around a bit, then the batteries go flat, and you have to take them out of the train and put them and recharge them, and then you can put them back in the train again in order to make the trains run around again. So yeah, space trains are fun, but they use a completely different power source, which is also fun and makes things a bit more interesting, and that's why we one of the reasons we're using them. That, and because it looks stupid having steam trains running around in space. We also have a backlog of these junk data cards over here coming out of making material sciences, which might be why we seem to be a bit short of material science 4 earlier. Oh, we're fine on material science 4 now, so yes, I think that probably was why we seem to have some problems earlier, but having declogged, having removed some clogging over there, it seems to be alright, maybe? Not sure. Let's have a look at the other ones. So we've got 4 of the Astro, 4 energy. Yeah, now having had a big interruption in the advanced science 2s, that seems to have been enough to allow us to catch up with all of the other science productions.
Train's heading over now.
Okay, cool, even better. Yeah, because we're going to run out of gold fairly soon. I don't think the advanced 2s are being produced fast enough to keep up with the rate we are currently doing research at. Oh wait. Actually, we're not. Oh no, we've run out. Yeah, we've run out of space science packs now. So and the rocket tech cards. Those are the ones that are coming over in the train that Tristan mentioned, along with the production and the utility. So yeah, things will work again in a few minutes, but it's going to be a while until we have enough advanced science 2s to have an actual backlog across here, and for me to here they come, and for me to be able to hook up to all of these and have a timer that tells us how long it's been since there was a problem. So
they were pretty nicely in sync then. If the two of them basically ran out at the same time.
Yeah.
Which isn't surprising because the train will bring a same number of both.
Yeah, and I think they get used basically in sync. Every research uses one of all of the ones it uses. So, right. And there's our advanced 2s. It's 80. Yeah, that's. So it dropped to 43. Oh, because all the inserters passed a load more through. Yeah, Advanced Science 2 is going to be our limiting factor in general, I believe, over here. That is definitely not keeping up. Are there any researches we could do just for the hell of it that don't use Advanced 2? And yes, there's going to be, actually. There's going to be lots of the semi-infinite ones. We could do those. I'm not sure whether there's any point, but we could do them if we felt the urge.
I figured the factory spaceship could potentially actually get used.
Yeah, we could make a really, really big, luxurious victory ship with private cabins and baths and so forth on it.
And it wasn't a crazy number of packs. It's 8,000 and then 16,000.
Okay,
for 2.
Yeah, that's not too bad.
Whereas other things are in the tens of thousands.
Interestingly, we are getting through significant data at a significant rate. Significantly faster than it's being produced.
Yeah.
Well, slightly faster. I just wanted to say significant again. Yeah, mining productivity is certainly a possibility. We could do more mining productivity. The thing is, another mining
40,000.
productivity is 40,000 packs, and that's a lot. I don't know if you've checked how many 40,000 is, but I can tell you with quite a lot of certainty that 40,000 is quite a large number.
Okay, we'll do a rocket reusability then. That's only 262,000.
260. I suppose that's something we're actually researching quite hard early. Actually, I don't know why we've researched that quite so hard.
Because it's not infinite.
So we thought, hey, it'd be fun to finish this, wouldn't it? Yeah.
Yeah.
And it's only
just got
Astro 1, and it's just in 260. It's probably we were probably using it as a grind research earlier, just because we didn't have anything else we could research at the time. So we thought, well, let's just keep the system running. Why not?
pretty much.
Yeah, you're right. We're not getting rid of the blank data cards quickly enough. Maybe a little bit more upgrading is required through here. Now I have an upgrade planner for this, because otherwise it wouldn't work. So I want you to be better. What? I don't know what. Oh, yes, I do. Oh, right, okay. Yeah. And might as well make you better. And you better. That'll help a bit, I think. But yeah, you're right. We are not getting rid of those good blank data cards fast enough. So, actually, no, I think we deliberately didn't do this beforehand because we wanted to make sure we didn't run out of them. However, I think running out of them is relatively unlikely.
It is keeping up with the significant data.
True. Yeah, maybe I should undo all of that. Let's not do that then. Yeah.
I use that inserter is basically pointless. It could just be 2 straight belts.
Yeah, yes, it could.
Because of a design change at one point.
Yes. Yeah, that was one. Yeah, me putting in the second belt to bring the cards out, to bring the blank data cards out a bit quicker, because it just couldn't. It just couldn't even. I'm impressed how balanced that significant data production is. It's been it's not been full and it's not been emptying for quite a long time, although it's now emptying a bit. But now it's back in the same sort of area again. It's always been in this sort of amount round about here. And I say always, meaning in the last sort of 2 or 3 minutes while I've been actually watching it. Could put the blank data cards on both sides of this belt, but I don't think that would actually help anything. It would just mean there'd be more of them going up it, but no, I think I won't fiddle with that. Okay, so the next thing I was talking about was down here with the Astro data. So Astro Catalog 1s they're a bit more limited than the other ones, should we say. So we're running a bit lower on those than we'd like to. They're being gradually fed through along here. They are being made, but the problem is, I came along here last week and I thought, okay, I spotted this astrometric data here that wasn't being made fast enough. So I put in a beacon somewhere. Yes, here it is, to turn all of this in stuff here. And it was pointed out in the comment. I thought I was going to say, okay, I'm going to need to come in and put in a speed beacon in here somewhere. But no, it's been pointed out to me that actually it's a thermofluid problem. And so I need to rebuild this with the new ducting system. Or run another pipe, or I don't know. What's it like down here? So we've got a full.
We're wanting to redo it because it's also it was being heavily thrashed because we were doing long range star mapping.
Yeah, so it's probably not worth it, and it's the cold that's being asked for at the moment, and that's one we're just pumping straight out of here. We don't have a buffer tank for that, so but we are pulling it out of here as it's being made. Oh, so we do have a buffer tank just down here. And these are running. I was going to say they're running flat out. They're not. They're not getting the warmth. What? They're not. Oh! It's this stage that seems to be having problems. Is that a throughput problem? I've got pumps all the way along here. So this is an old system and therefore somewhat kludged together. Can you tell? What's going on here? We've got warm thermofluid being pushed. Oh no, that's been pushed down to go into these to be cooled. Okay, that makes perfect sense. Then we've got the cool theoretically coming back along here, but not doing an amazing job of it because there's too much throughput going into here and to come down to here. We do have a pump sucking it out. We have a decent amount in here, so this pipe should be more or less full at this end. But then it flows down here down to here, and we have none at the end over here. So why not put in a pump here? Because this is basically full, and this is basically empty. So I can do a sort of a slightly kludgy fix that's going to be really, really easy and might help quite a bit by putting in a pump there. And there. And there. And there. And there. And there. And would be there, but there's a thing in the way. There. This is a really long cooling area. So this whole thing, horribly out of date, I'm very aware of that. Oh no, wood.
Yeah, it's fine because you've got an output pump.
Yeah, I've got an output pump, so that should be alright. Yeah. And there's still going to be room to buffer in here, probably.
Oh, it might not be fine.
Might not be fine.
Yeah, you should connect those all with the cable.
Yeah. I need them to be built first. I wonder if they're close enough they can just connect them with cables.
If you copy paste the original one over each of them,
That's
they'll
true.
have the condition already.
Yeah, oh yeah. They won't have the cables, but they'll have the conditions, which will leave you.
Yeah.
You can think I can just... It's not making a pasting noise when I do it.
It's still. I'm not aware of a pasting noise. My volume is obviously too low for that.
It's the placing. The pasting noise is the placing noise, I think.
Even if it already exists, it might not.
Yeah. So I'm confusing the bots by going along and right-clicking on them all and placing them again.
Oh, you don't need to right-click them.
I clearly do because this one didn't get it.
It's not connected to a cable.
Oh, true. All right, let's run a cable along see how things go. Yeah, okay, that one does have... I'm not 100% sure whether that one was there or not when I clicked it. Anyway, still, that's kind of worked. Do any machines output cold thermofluid? I am not certain. There's a return pipe here. Which goes down here.
Yeah, I think
Yes,
there's one
this
thing in
returns
each
warp,
science.
cool. And then it carries on further and further and further and further and probably doesn't get used anywhere else.
My impression there's at least one in every type of science.
There's two things that return cool thermofluid, so we do need to make sure that gets used up and goes back into the system. There should really be a pump to pull that back, to be pumping that back in. I'm a little concerned that there isn't, and therefore we're just keeping this pipe at the same level as the pump there. In fact, I'm going to fix that while I'm putting pumps in. So put pump. No, the other way around. There we go. Put that in like that. Just to make sure we're always slurping it out of this pipe to try and keep... That's the minimum. I better check there's nothing else that's trying to use the cool... There's nothing uses cool thermofluid at this tech level. No, that's outputting it. Both things are outputting it, so that's fine. Had a bit of a worry there. Right, along here. So, cables again. So I need to connect that to there, to there, to there. No. To there, to there, to there. But you know what, I'm just going to run along, do all of the substations first, and then I'm going to hook up each pump to its nearest substation, because it's going to be easier to do it that way. Dong. Dong. Oh, that was already linked. There we go, and you know what, let's do that as well, just for fun. So, this pump here is, if signal is less than 80,000, should pump.
We've had some aeroframe bulkhead come downstream. Along with some cryonite and vulcanite.
Oh, that's concerning. No idea where that's come from. Aeroframe bulkhead does sound like it's probably one part somewhere in the Astra area, though. I'm not sure these pumps are going to run as much as I would like them to, because they're all running just when there's a shortage in the tank. I might set them to something slightly higher, actually. Let's set these to 100,000 instead of 80,000, because I do want them to run a bit more. But then if the tank gets completely full, then they'll cut out. Or if the tank gets more than half full, they'll cut out. That's probably going to break it. I don't know. Hello, Sphere. Thank you. Thank you for the compliments. Yes, someone may encouraged me to put it on, should we say. If one of the pumps is... Oh, that pump isn't... The one on the end isn't going to be powered. You're probably right. I'll go and check on that in a second. Hopefully this will increase the amount of cold thermofluid we're producing, though. We'll... and then we'll just make things a little bit better. You're right. That pump is not powered. It's from that early. This whole thing is from the early stage of the game where these are the best sort of substations you have. Yeah. So my 0.5 run. Yes, I ended it when I got to the. I did the spaceship victory, which still exists. Is still a way to win. Which is that this is the. Yes, you put a nexus in a spaceship. You drive really, really fast for a really, really long distance. Great, and then you and then you win. But we've decided we're doing the other victory this time, which is the Stargate related ones. Stop looking at the space butt plugs. That's considered rude, I expect. So hopefully that'll make things run a little bit faster up here, wherever it was. And we'll have a slightly better... Oh yeah, there we go. Now we have loads of these things coming through. Now we're probably belt rate limited rather than anything else limited. In fact, looking here, yes, we now have enough of the yellow cards. We're a little bit short of the blues and the greens. Do I mean blues and greens? Yes, I do mean blues and greens. Yellow, green, no. What? Yeah, green, blues and greens. But still, things are probably a little bit better. A bit better. We've got a decent flow rate coming through. Oh, I see. They're all fed off the same. Yeah, they're both being fed off the same pipe along here, which is still a little bit short. Oh well, c'est la vie. No, I believe there's only the two endings. There's the spaceship victory and there's the archaeological victory. So we're working on the archaeological victory now, since most of us have already done the spaceship one. And the archaeological victory is mostly just very, very maths heavy. So I remember these two taking different numbers of things. This is a 10 observation frames recipe. This one's also 10. This one is 12. Okay. So even the other one only requires 10 at a time is running at the same. Yeah, I suppose yes. Technically, there is the biters eat your face end condition. It's not a victory condition, but it is indeed an end condition. You're quite right. That one does exist. You are technically correct. Well done, Dennis. Yeah, it's a lot more involved, and it's sort of less Factorio-y, I suppose. Because it's with it being so different to anything else that you do in Factorio, but that also makes it quite a bit more potentially more interesting. But even if it requires a certain amount of thinking outside the normal boxes that you may think inside when you're playing Factorio. Yeah, so we're still short of visible data. The green is the visible one, and I'm starting to glow a weird red colour. So that means it's clearly time to turn the light on. There we go. Now I can kind of see a little better again. Yes, yeah, very much a puzzle. Yes, I would say a bus out layout is absolutely fine. I mean, I wouldn't say a bus is fine. I would say several buses is fine. So we have our main bus along here that was sort of where we got started. Then we have our construction bus that comes up here, and this is basically our mall where all the space buildings are made. Then each of the sciences has its own bus. So we've got astroscience running on a bus here. We've got material here. We've got biological here. Energy. I think energy here. Deep space over here. Advanced over here for the little bit that we actually put together there. Then we've got another bus here for modules. Another one here. It's sort of bus-like for doing the scrap processing, and then there's this one over here for loading up the spaceships, and then finally this one here for doing science. So yeah, I'd say a bus, not so much, but several buses definitely. You certainly don't need to do some sort of bot monstrosity. We have a few bots for particularly difficult things. We have bots for loading the spaceships, as you can see here. So I don't know where that one's going. Maybe it's construction bot. I don't know where that bot's going. But yeah, we use bots for loading up the spaceships a little bit like that, and for building things. But other than that, the entire base is all trains or belts or or spaceships or elevators and so on and so on. We're not using logistics bots for transporting stuff around for making, certainly not for making science packs. There's a little bit of it for making some of the more specialized things, like all the stuff you put in your own armor. But mostly it's but bots are not for use in this game. I mean, yeah, I suppose yes, you could. I was thinking bus versus bots, but yes, you're right. You could do a town or a city block based system. That would certainly work. And in fact, we've done the town based system to an extent, and then we've split off all the different sections for all the different things we're doing. It's just each of these blocks is significantly bigger than a city block, and it's the same down on the planet as well. We've got oops, if I press the right buttons, which is probably not going to happen. Right, down on the planet, it's the same sort of thing. We have our original bus along here, which is essentially now just running as our mall. Actually, no, that's not quite true. It is still making science packs as well, but it's because you don't need that much science in space exploration. But then we have other town areas off doing other things. So, for example, up here, this is our cores processing area and our recycling area. Then over here we've got a couple of towns for doing uranium processing, and over here there's one that's doing what's this? Oh, this is doing all of the oil processing. So we're bringing in the oil here, breaking it down to all of the stuff, and then everything that's made from oil goes onto these rail systems here. We've got another town over down here. These are doing all of the making the intermediates from the various space metals. So here we've got the beryllium is coming in and being made into all of the different beryllium products, including low density structures that are then loaded onto trains and taken away for wherever they're needed. And then over here we've got this one's the iridium. Down here we've got the same with holmium, and so on and so on. And so we've got smelting blocks, we've got production blocks, we've got this making modules here for the lower tiers of modules, and so on and so on. Space is at a premium to an extent. Making an enormous amounts of space platform is expensive in the early game, but you get to a point where it's not that bad, and then you get to a point where it's horrible. But that's because you're requiring tens and hundreds of thousands of it at a time for other projects. But for building out this sort of thing, it's not really been too much of a problem. We've got an array of machines over here making space scaffolding, and that's generally been fine. Unless we've had massive projects undergo, or we've had multiple people trying to do a big build somewhere at the same time. We've not had a problem with space scaffolding for a very, very long time. So yeah, it's fine. And also the railway lines don't need to be on scaffolding, so that's a bit of a saving there. You can have them. You can have your blocks. You can have your town spaced out as much as you like without worrying about the cost of scaffolding. It's only the cost of railway, and railway's reasonably cheap. So yeah, I'd say spreading out isn't too bad. We've got at the moment this isn't the best rail design in the world. We have a spine running all the way up the middle and then ribs coming off it. Most of the time it's okay, but occasionally you get a little bit. You realise that it's an awfully long way from the space elevator to the spaceport drop-off areas, for example, or you get sort of or you get lots and lots of trains congesting in this sort of middle area here. But I don't think we haven't had too much trouble. We haven't had too much trouble with train congestion, especially after we boosted them to make them travel much faster. So, I think it's I think this is a design I'm pretty happy with. I suspect a city block would have a number of advantages. There would certainly be some ways that it would technically be better. However, it would be rather constrictive and would make it a bit more and would make it harder to expand out, because one of the big advantages of this sort of rib system is that we went in and we were making all the tier 1 sciences. So we had tier 1 material, tier 1 astro, tier 1 energy, tier 1 bio, and then we expanded. So you could expand out to have, so after doing the tier 1 astro here, we could do the tier 2 astro and the tier 3 astro, tier 4 astro. And that means that we were just gradually expanding outwards and making the system and expanding each one out separately, because they all have very, very similar inputs and there's a lot of similarities and passover between them, and that meant that we didn't have to worry about the biological science getting in the way of the astroscience or vice versa. So I think having the separate areas for the four different colours of science, and then a central area for dealing with all of your actual science packs makes a lot of sense. And Mike has just informed me that Naquitite is backed up in Melancholia. I suspect that might be because we have enough Naquium. Let's check on Talos.
I think you're right. Yes, Talos is also backed up.
It's now letting it flow. No, the ingots are flowing at the moment, so it.
A train might have just come, or a ship might have just done something, but it was.
Yeah, I think it is either. Yeah, it is running now, so I think yes, you're probably right.
Okay,
It's just kicked back in again, so it looks like it is once again flowing out of Melancholia. But yes, as you say,
look at this bit here. Was there going? That's kind of backed up.
Yeah. So I mean, that looks like fantastic progress. We've got to the point where you're chucking it through as fast as it's being used. So nice one.
Yeah, thank you.
So
it's almost a shame because this is only phase 1. I had about 8 phases planned just to build it up and up and up and up and up.
Actually, I'm very surprised it's got to that point with only you put in one new mine belt there. Oh no, another one over there.
I've done 1, 2, 3. I've done 4 new mines. I've added speed beacons to the existing ones.
Okay, yeah, that looks
as well as those things. I've also, more fundamentally, buffed this, so it's now got multiple trains taking things away.
Okay, yeah, makes sense. Oh, I see. So is it?
So it will fill the bottom one, then the next one. Then I've turned the top 2 off, or the top 3 off. Obviously, the top one, very top one, isn't even connected up. I felt that was overkill.
Probably, yeah.
But it's all plumbed in. All you have to do is turn these round, and it'll just work.
Okay.
But if there's more mines attached to it,
you say it fills up the bottom one first. Oh, I see. Is that full belt? No, it's not even full belts going out of the bottom ones. I don't.
So the way it works is that when there's enough load on the bottom belts, then it'll let the next 2 go.
Oh, I see. So you're reading these 2 and saying if it's greater than 14. If you set that to 16, then you'd actually be
perfect backup. Yes.
Prioritizing.
But I thought about that and I decided that I didn't quite want to do that because I didn't want it to do just fill that one up, then just fill up the next one. Then
okay.
I felt 14 was a reasonable balance, and in fairness, both trains are going fairly consistently, or both stations are in fairly heavy use, so it seems to work.
Yeah, I think it probably doesn't matter too much either way, but this, definitely working. So, good. Yeah, excellent. I'm honestly quite impressed that it's chucking through enough, and with the, I suppose without the crushing, without the pulverizing, it's the rate is a quarter of what it would otherwise be, but then it's all being pulverized at the other end. So I mean, this is basically this is producing at about the same rate as Stardust is. Maybe slightly fast. No, not slightly faster. It's producing at exactly the same rate as Stardust is because I haven't put in the second crushed Naquitite output belt yet. No, I've got a second one. Haven't put in the third. No, that's going the other way. I've got the first one that's coming along here out of the first set of machines, and I haven't got in the second one yet because I didn't have enough purple undergrounds when I was building it remotely. So yes, this is running at exactly the same speed that Stardust is when it's running at full speed. So, yay, good.
Yeah,
looks really good.
In fairness, if I was you, I would be down here prioritizing taking input from the Arco chest system first, because that is technically cheaper.
True. Yes. Because it doesn't have to be flown over, which is a saving in fuel, and it's getting productivity moduled as well, which is also an improvement. And I think we are prioritizing it. Because the train is because there's this constant stream coming from the Arco chest, whereas the train is a bit more bursty.
True, yeah, it's when the burst comes in, then it will saturate the system for a bit, and then it will stop, and then it will.
Yeah. I can't. Yeah, I could prioritize some of the belts, but these 2 at the top here don't have any belts on that I could turn on.
Yeah, it wouldn't be perfect.
However, the train won't leave until it's been emptied. So if I lower priority to the other ones, it would empty. Yes, it would empty the second and third wagons pretty quickly, but the other ones wouldn't be emptied as quickly.
Yeah.
That said, the system on Talos is, when it's running full bore, which I believe it currently is taking 2 purple belts out of the chest, and Melancholia is feeding in 1 purple belt. So yeah, it's not going to. It's It
Although,
would be
actually,
it would be
you
feeding in 2
could.
if I finished off if I brought over all the underground belts, but I don't have enough.
You could boost that because it's the point is it stopped and it's backing up.
Yes, it stopped and backing up because I don't have enough purple underground belts.
Yeah, the draw's not sufficient. Anyway, it is a thing that could potentially be improved later.
Yes.
But for now,
yeah.
I mean, fundamentally, it's not, as far as I'm aware, stopping anything from working. So
yeah, exactly. And if either of the systems has a problem for whatever reason, then we'll have more coming in from the other one. So
Yep.
it should be absolutely fine. And it's nice to have this system actually running flat out because I'm not sure I think this is the first time I've seen everything in the Naquium system actually just working and working at 100% effectiveness. We've seen both of these systems running before a little bit, but then there's always been a problem with one of the supplies or something like that. And I think we're about to have a problem with Vulcanite supply over here, so I may have spoken too soon. But as of right now, we've got both the inputs running full bore. We've got the whole systems both systems down here are running nicely. It seems to be pretty good. Actually, there's a load of Vulcanite here. Why is that not getting over there? Is this a... Where does this break? Go for under. Oh, ha. Right. Yes, I've got nested undergrounds, and that is not a thing. So if I upgrade you to green and you to green, then I'll probably find there aren't any green undergrounds available on this planet. But let's try that. Check that. Try that first. Talos. No, there aren't any. I guess in that case, I will downgrade that to red and cancel that and that. Then it should start working. Please tell me I have some red undergrounds at least. Yes. Come on, bots. Here, botty. There they are. Right. So, yes, I wonder how long ago I screwed that up, because it's only just depleted this belt that goes or hasn't even depleted this belt that goes all the way along here. There we go. So now the Vulcanite can flow again. I hope we have a decent supply of it available over here. We have 8.6 thousand. I think that should be all right for a little while.
Oh, this one has spitters.
Ooh.
I wonder if they get more powerful over time.
Well, these are behemoths that die basically instantly, so...
Yeah, but spitters, not splitters. Spitters are very, very weak and very easy to kill.
Yeah.
They just lurk behind the biters and wreck your stuff from a distance, which is very upsetting. What are you waiting for? Why are we not... Oh, sulfur. Ah, we've run out of sulfur to send over to thingy over to Melancholia, so that might become a problem at some point. We need more Naquium to be produced, and therefore more ships to ship, and then yada yada yada, in order to try and get sulfur over again. So that's probably going to be the next thing with an Naquium that breaks. My FPS is 30 because our factory is so big that my computer can't run it faster than 30 UPS. So everything is running at half speed because my factory's too big.
The setups we expected to be about the same are indeed about the same on the portal.
Okay.
That's
So
good to know.
good news is our understanding of how it works seems to be accurate.
Excellent. We should probably have a bit of a talk about what we're doing with the Stargate, because I haven't really looked at it because I've been doing other things, and we've made a lot of suspicions and assumptions and conclusions. We haven't made conclusions. We're trying to then turn the suspicions and assumptions into conclusions. Now, this is going to be better done in a video, because then I'll be able to have diagrams, I can script it, I can think about what I'm saying, and all that sort of stuff. Excuse me, but I think it is worth talking about it at least a little bit, because it's what Tristan's been doing a lot over the last in this stream, and we've all been doing a lot of thinking about it, and Tristan's been making pretty pictures as well, and so on. So, where to begin? Right, back at the beginning, there was nothing. Then it all which exploded, and then it turned into a game called Factorio after several billion years. So I don't even know where to begin with talking about what we reckon.
Do you want to begin with what happened this session?
No, because I think the background information is probably worth running through quickly, and then chat can let me know if they want me to go over it in any more detail. I think it's probably worth starting at the beginning with a very quick summary. So when you fly around, in fact, let me see if I can get at least one picture up to help a little bit. So if I go to image,
Do you want me to stream the model to you?
I don't know what the easiest way to get that would be. Hang on, let me try something first. Let's see if we can do this with just a mouse, because I haven't got a keyboard plugged into the computer. Right, there we go. There is a thing. So when you go around the universe in space exploration, there are quite a lot of planets that have these pyramid things on them, and if you go inside the pyramid, then you'll discover one of these cartouches that gives you a load of information about the end game puzzle. So this is going to be extremely spoilery, so if you want to do the space exploration puzzle yourself, then I would suggest you, to be honest, I hate to say it, but you should probably stop watching the stream for about half an hour, because I'm going to go into lots and lots of detail about the puzzle and how we believe it's going to work. Now, it is possible that everything we thought of is wrong, and therefore we're not going to. Won't be any spoilers. However, we have tested some of it, and it does appear to be right. So definite space exploration spoilers coming up here. So Johan is leaving, even though he's interested in it and doesn't mind being spoiled. Great. Okay. Well, thanks for stopping by anyway, and we'll see you another time. So yes, you go out to the pyramids. I'm pointing at it with my mouse. That's pointless because you can't see my mouse cursor. So you go out to the pyramids. You look in them and you find these things. And and it turns out that every single planet has its own central symbol. That's the one that you see in the middle of the cartouche there. In this case, it's the one that we decided looks like Hela's helmet from Thor Ragnarok. And then round the edge of it, there's a load more glyphs, and those are associated with nearby, not nearby planets, but planets that are nearby inside the puzzle. So each planet will have its glyph. So, for example, the one that looks like in the bottom left, the one that's a headless man, the headless person in the bottom right as well, actually, for that matter. If you go out and find the planet that has that glyph in the middle, then you'll have the then that will have the Hela's helmet in the around the edge of it somewhere. That was not the thing I meant to grab. That's the thing I meant to grab. Let's make you a little bit bigger so you're easier to see for people who are watching on smaller screens. So yeah, so if you see the headless man in another one in the centre, that will definitely have the helmet in the middle because they're directly associated together. So if you also, as well as that, if I hide this for a second, there is a technology there is a research you can do called long range star mapping. When you do that, you get you then get coordinates for lots of these glyphs. So, for example, there's a headless man falling over backwards, and you can see that we've got a coordinate system. We know the coordinates for that one, so we know where that one particular one is. And all of these are unit vectors, so this means that all of these points fall on a sphere. And so Tristan has made a pretty picture, which you will see in last week's video and in this week's videos, and in many other videos besides, whenever I've been talking about this, with all of these glyphs on them, showing where they appear around the sphere. And so that is the first part of the puzzle. Is realizing that there is a sphere. It has all of these glyphs on as coordinates all the way around all around the outside of it, and so there's all these different places. The next bit of information we found was when we first came to Fenestra, we found the spaceship, and the spaceship gave us this log file here, and we noticed that there is a vector that appears in the middle here. And our suspicion is that this is the vector that we flew out in originally in that ship, which then exploded for reasons. And so if we reverse that vector and point in the exact opposite direction, that will take us home, wherever home is, back to Thyrus, presumably. So if we run that backwards, we'll hopefully get back to the place we started from. That's the theory. So then the trick is working out what combination of glyphs you put onto the outside of this stargate in order to go there. We have worked out, additionally, that the glyphs are in order. So this is the first one, second one, third one, fourth one, so on, all the way around. And the order matters. So you can't. It's not just a case of chucking in a load of glyphs. You add up all their vectors, and that's the direction you go in. Each one will will zero in slightly more on the previous position than the one before. So if you pointed this one at one of the vectors, if you pointed this one at, say, Hella's helmet, for example, then that would point you at a certain position on the sphere, and then you'd need to put in another glyph into the second one to make it to sort of say where in the area around that you wanted to point at. And working out how to do that was somewhat tricky, and that is where the triangle glyphs at the bottom come in. So again, each planet has its own set of these symbols in it, and these ones, rather than fitting together in a sort of a sphere, a 3D shape with some sort of goodness knows what sort of system, these ones fit together in a 2D jigsaw, and you can make a triangle out of them, and we're pretty sure, and we're working on this assumption at the moment and doing various tests to find out whether that's true, that for each glyph so for the first, when you program in the first, you can't see where I'm pointing because the image is still up, let's get rid of that. When you program in the first glyph down here, that puts it in the center of a triangle, and you then use the triangle to translate. You then overlay the other triangle of the triangular glyphs over the top of that, over that in the sort of at an appropriate size, and you can then arrange and then you can then work out which glyph you need to put in the next one by translating which triangle glyph you want to put in there, and using the pyramids you've explored to put the triangle and the circular glyph together, because all of these symbols around the edges are all the ones from the circular glyphs. And so that will allow you then to zoom in a bit further. You'll have another point inside your previous you'll have another smaller triangle inside your previous triangle, and you can continue this basically forever, all the way around to here. You get smaller and smaller and smaller and smaller triangles until you have basically a sufficiently accurate point in the middle that will hopefully take us home. At least that is the theory. First question is, are there any questions? And if not, or at least once I've answered those questions, we'll then pass over to Tristan and possibly Mike. I don't know whether Mike's been looking at this or whether he's been too busy out in Melancholia, and find out what else we have discovered today. And then I'll try and summarise all this down into some sort of coherent video at the weekend, as is traditional. So we've got Dennis is suggesting that Thyris is the planet of the thyroids. So the engineer is clearly some kind of giant walking thyroid. Great. That's useful information. Although actually Fenestra is not the planet, so I suspect Fenestra and Thyris are anomalies, and then you can fly from your local anomaly out to your cluster area. To get to
this is the
galactic
Wooby
cluster like
galaxy.
this. Yes, this is the Wooby galaxy. We need to get back to the something else galaxy for which the anomaly is Thyris. Perhaps. Whew. My ears are hot. I need to do single player streams so I can take my headphones off. Okay, so do you want to talk a bit about what you've discovered, Tristan? And we'll pick up any questions that come up in chat as we go.
So if you open the coordinate logs, starting down from near the bottom,
Coordinate logs.
the third and fourth from the bottom, we discovered that you can use that triangle target thing as basically this is the center of the triangles that you were talking about.
Oh yes. So when we do that, you get out the same. If you do this, where we've got if you squint a little bit, you can see. We'll look at this one because I can describe it more easily. We've got the up arrow as the first glyph, and then a load of the triangle center glyphs, and so that means that the coordinates we've got out here are the same as the triangle glyph. Sorry, the up arrow glyphs. Coordinates. So we've said go there and then keep going at that exact center spot. So if we manage sort of 3 or 4 components in to get or chevrons, I think we're calling them, 3 or 4 chevrons in to get the right spot, we could then just fill it up with centers and say yes, we know exactly where that is. Sorry, back over to you.
Then the next bit is you see the line with lots of up arrows.
Yes.
The 4 above them. Those are the 3. An N shape with the 3 corner things, and then the last one is the target thing.
Yeah. So
the coordinates of those form a triangle in unit vector space.
Yeah. So these are the triangles for the glyph. So we've gone to the N the N glyph, and then we found the edges of its, or the three vertices of its triangle and its center point again, just for funsies. Yep.
Interestingly, so those are described. Those are as viewed from inside the sphere.
So that's
Center of the
bottom
sphere.
left from inside, top from inside, and bottom right from
Yes,
inside.
rather than how you sort of picture it.
Yeah.
Because the viewing the sphere from the outside is substantially easier.
Yes.
Well, yeah, I mean it's sort of you are on a planet looking up at the night sky, so you are inside the sphere. But yeah, I know.
But for visualization, it's easiest way.
So then, all the ones beginning with the 4 type symbol with a thing off the top right, those are the ones that I've done today.
Okay.
So what was the first one? First one was just confirming the coordinates of that. I haven't done anything with that. That was just so we've got a record of it, because that's one we haven't done. Then I went, okay, grab the top corner of that one.
Yep, so there we go. There's the 4 and then the top corner, and then just, yes, that. Well, that's, you say top corner, that's the center of the top corner, the second level triangle. So it's slightly different from the very top corner of it.
And then, so I did specifically want that, because the one after that is, so with that jigsaw triangle you mentioned, Laurence and I spent, what was it, half an hour yesterday converting all of those triangle symbols to the associated glyph.
The triangle symbols you can see at the bottom here to the associated glyph you can see at the top here. So basically we looked at all of these screenshots and converted, and then produced a conversion table that goes from one of these to the other of these. I was pointing with the mouse again, which is very unhelpful.
Yeah, so the one above that, which is instead of the top, is then the Y shape with extra things. That one is the one directly below the top one. So it should be fairly close. So those coordinates should be fairly similar, and they are.
And they are, yes.
So that was encouraging.
I say quite a bit. It's changed by 0.025. So yeah, not very much. That's changed by 0.02. That was changed by about 0.0. Yeah, they've all changed by about 0.2, 0.3. Sorry, 0.02 or 0.03. So yeah, as you say, pretty close together. Yep.
So then it was a question of, okay, we can. There's then a question of what way up. So we're zooming into a triangle at this point, in theory. What way up is the triangle that we're zooming into? So if we wanted to go to the top thing of each triangle, would they match, or would they be at
is
120
up always
degrees
up?
Out?
Yeah.
And
up can't always be up, because you can't tessellate a load of triangles together.
So
some of them have
up
to be
is either
down.
up or down.
Right. I mean, up.
So the next two are so it's target. So so it's the 4, then the center.
Oh, this one.
Then the top corner of that central one.
Yep.
Which is actually the bottom corner.
Okay.
Because the central one is upside down.
Right.
Then the square is the one directly below that.
Okay, so the one directly below the center. So, okay, so you're seeing if these two are basically, and in fact these two are virtually the same point.
Yes. So, and the expectation was these should be almost exactly the same.
And now, yeah,
they're just
and they're the same to sort of. They're only the same to sort of 5 or 6 decimal places. Well, actually, the y coordinate is only the same to about 5 or 6 decimal places. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. Which I'm considering basically the same.
Yes. Yeah. Well, I mean, they are in approximately the same place, which implies that the suggestion of how we're thinking about the triangle is about right. However, they are not right on the same vertex by the looks of it. They're not actually literally on the vertex.
No, because they've got.
Eventually, it's the smallest triangle, isn't it? So
yeah,
there's got to be some size there. Okay.
So then the question is, what about off to the side? If we look at one of the triangles off to one side, does that does that point towards the center? Is that what's considered up, or is it
I
still
see.
vertical? So the next two are assuming it's just up still, and in this case it is.
Right.
So the 4-4 and 4 headless guy.
The names amuse me. But yeah, okay, yes, that makes sense. So the triangles are all
So then,
the right way up.
so that worked. So then I thought, okay, let's go down as low level as we can. For the last two, I've done, starting from the right hand side this time, up to get in the corner at the end.
Yeah.
Then the 4 and the headless guy, because we know they're adjacent, and then just whatever is on all the rest with it in a known position.
Okay.
And those are basically the same, as expected.
Yeah. 106, 3,
Bonus
4,
confirmation.
This is, yeah, again the same to six decimal places on the x coordinates, or at least because it's the first one I'm looking at. So right, so I guess the question then the question is no, there are several questions. The first question is, the long term overarching question is to work out is to now work out how to use this system to get to the actual answer itself, to get to the vector that we found in the exploration journal, and so that's going to be. We're going to try not to do this by too much trial and error. We want to get to a point where we have an idea of how to form the triangles, how to work out which triangle something's going to be in, and do it mathematically rather than just guessing. Exactly, Duper. Yes, we are learning. We are learning to aim. And so the short term question, I suppose, is going to be to work out. It's just going to think of the way to fit all these triangles together as we go further and further in. The easiest way to do it would be to look at the it would be to find at a level triangle, and then use that to work out where it is on the next level down, and then repeat that, find those three positions, work out where it is on the next level down. However, it would be nicer to get a more solid understanding of the way the system works, and be able to work out a number of them in advance, and then try and go, well, we're going to be this row of glyphs, and then try and find out
webcam sound is gone.
Sorry?
And the webcam's paused.
Oh, that's weird.
Oh, sound's back apparently.
Okay, sound's back. Okay,
Camera's still frozen.
I'm not using webcam for sound at all, so that shouldn't matter. Reactivate. Is that going to work? Nope, my webcam is dead. Hurrah! I will probably need. Okay, so I'll carry on talking anyway because I might as well. Oh. Oh dear, I've no idea what I said since exactly. What was that? Yes, we've learned how to aim. So now we need to try and work out how to. We need to work out what order we need to put all the glyphs in. What glyphs we need to use in order to get it pointing in exactly the right place and get that and get it to take us home. And that's going to be the challenge, or the next challenge, or something like that.
So if we get the 3 corners of the 4 shape, that might then be quite easy.
Potentially, yes. I mean, it would certainly give us a lot of information to work with. There we go. Normal service hopefully has now been resumed. Okay. So yes, we are quite optimistic that we will be able to come up with some sort of sensible solution to work it out, to calculate it, even if it's a step-by-step calculation. We're not going to be doing. We shouldn't need to go in and sort of feel our way out every single time with the Stargate, checking 3 corners of each triangle, then zooming in, checking 3 corners of that, and so on. We are strongly hoping that we'll be able to do it in a slightly more intelligent and elegant way. And it's just occurred to me that I should have done this while I was talking about all the coordinates things. So now I've zoomed in a bit. I will point to the ones we were talking about before. So so the relevant parts, I think, are these ones are the bottom left corners. This is the top corner. These are the bottom right, and these are the center ones. The rest of the glyphs, it sort of doesn't exactly what they mean doesn't matter. What they look like doesn't matter, because they're all functionally equivalent. They just point to different places on the sphere. But you can see now why we call this one a Y with fiddly bits, why we've got headless guy up here, why we're calling this one a 4, and why we're calling this one an N, and so on. So yeah, we've got all these things, and we've got a load of information. We just need to then transfer it into actual coordinates and try and get the point we want to go to. Yeah, we've learned roughly how to aim. When we have a target, the tricky bit is making sure we aim accurately enough to get to the target and working it. So I'd say we're only part way through learning how to aim. We've learned that we've got the basics of it, but we need to sort of fiddle with the specifics and learn how to get that to point exactly as we want it to.
We've worked out how the aiming mechanism works. We just haven't calibrated it yet.
Yeah, that's one way to look at it. Yes. So at the moment, yes, we can aim at roughly the right place. We can get to within a 20th of the sky of where we want to go very, very easily. But then to get that next 20th is going to... No, sorry, it's a 60th of the 60th of the sky. We've narrowed it down to a 60th of the whole sphere. But then we need to but then we can but then that's that 60. That's the triangle that makes up that 60th is made up of another 60 triangles inside it, which we select with the next glyph, and then that triangle is made up of 60 triangles, which we select with the next glyph, and so on and so on.
From the render, I believe I've narrowed the second layer down to 1. So that's another 60th.
Okay. So are you doing that by through sort of exact? What's the term when you draw a graph and then read numbers off it to draw a conclusion rather than using the formula?
Yes, whatever the term is for that. Yes.
Right. Okay. So we have the sphere, we have the coordinates. So yes, essentially yes, we have the sphere and we have our target coordinates. The tricky bit is working out how to tell the how to describe the coordinates in the glyph language. So we need to translate from the standard vector, which is the three XYZ numbers that we've been seeing, into a string of headless guy, deformed scorpion, funny shaped N, and so on. That's the tricky part, and that's where the puzzle is.
And the combinators don't work yet.
And sadly, yes, plugging combinators into all of the things around here. We were hoping that we'd be able to plug combinators in along here, and then we'd set a glyph on here, feed it into the chevron, and it would just automatically set that glyph for us. It turns out that is not the case. That is, it says down here, not implemented yet, which is helpful. But oh well, at least we've sort of got it. Coordinates. Destination or origin coordinates are in here. They're all the same. It appears here and here and here. And so, as I said, we are reckoning on it being the opposite of this, because we think this is the direction we came to get here. Therefore, if we go in the opposite direction, we'll get back to where we started. Which is why all the numbers you've been seeing will have been for the 4 and the funny N will have been minus 0.68, minus 0.62, and minus 0.37. I don't think I can open that and that at the same time, so I'll flick over to here. But you'll see down here where we're doing the stuff with the 4. Okay, it's not quite the same, but it's not minus 0.75, minus 0.61, and minus 0.23. So it's sort of similar, kind of. It's in the same sort of general area, but we've got quite a bit more narrowing down to do yet.
Closer than any of the others.
Yes, it is. Yes, it is the least bad glyph. So I've mostly been letting it was previously. I think Marc was doing quite a lot of playing with it last time. I think Mike was as well actually. This time it's mostly been Tristan who's been playing with it because I suspect that watching me plugging glyphs into the into the Stargate for 3 or 4 hours would not make for fantastic content. So which is why I've been going off and actually playing Factorio instead.
I had to go get a load more matter because we were basically out.
Oh yeah, because the ship went bonk.
Oh, it was, before that, 'cause I had to send it off
Oh, okay.
for when it went bonk.
Oh, I assumed it was automated.
No, it was the automation was disabled.
Fair enough. Right. What was I doing before I started talking about it? The far more important endgame puzzle stuff? I thank you for your restraint, Dennis. Yes, I appreciate the not spoiling it because we are looking forward to or we are enjoying is a strong word. No, we are enjoying working through the solution ourselves and trying to get to the.
Yeah, it's an interesting puzzle.
It is, yes. Something's coming through the portal. Dun dun dun.
By the time I reacted that something's coming through, rather than just it's open and there's nothing there. They're dead, and I turned it off.
Right, okay. Oh, there's not very much crushed nequitite coming through. I mean, there's loads of this. It's not Mike's fault. What have we run out of? Is it too much water? It is. It's too much water. Oh, for goodness sake! Right. Some flare stacks may be required. Stick us. Is this tank? This tank is filled up. We're not pumping it through. We're not able to. Oh, what? Oh, this flare stack is running solidly. Yes, this flare stack is running solidly, and that's not enough. You know what? This isn't a dry planet. I'm just going to put in more flare stacks all the way along here and run them constantly. So let's get some.
As a temporary measure, you could just flush the tank whilst you put more stacks in.
That's a good idea. Bloop.
That's filling up quite quickly again.
There's a lot of backlog, I think.
Yeah. Yowza.
So I'll run some undergrounds in here. This is going to put a lot of iridium into the into the storage system, but never mind. We can deal with that another time.
Do you have any blue chests on the planet? Just to request it back out and put it somewhere sensible.
That makes sense. Put that there, and
because otherwise you'll call for more import. I mean, it's still cheap in the grand scheme of things.
Yeah, but no, it does make sense to pull it back out again. You're quite right. I'm looking for a splitter. There's a splitter. No, that way. Wait, no, that's wrong. That's all wrong. All wrong. All wrong. It should be over here. We put it in. Let's try and do this right. Let's put the splitter in on the other side of the correct side. Oh, okay, that works. Fine.
I'm just adding a cheap and cheerful little dump here.
Yeah, no, that's good. I was doing something similar, but I put it in the wrong place.
No worries. Oh, did you try and put it before the?
Yeah.
Yeah, that would
indeed
be fun.
Not work.
Yeah. Be good for a giggle, though.
Well, you can have the giggle. I've gone and fixed it now. Right, how much of that stuff is actually going to turn up? So, Talos with an L. I don't have any underground belts. I don't have any more underground belts. I might be going to swap these out. For
I'm looking at your chests of shame, and I'm ashamed.
So we have the 3 corners of the 4 now.
Deconstruction planner in that one. How?
Laurence, that's how.
Yeah.
Rude.
Like, ammunition and a grappling gun, to an extent, fair enough. that's because there used to be biters here and there isn't anymore, and I get it, you know. Stone, you know, fair enough. You've been pulling up rocks.
Yeah, it'd be worth having something to take the stone out of the system, but because it can go into the disposal system, but it's easy to not bother. I don't have
thousand solar panels. I mean, you know, okay, I'm questioning it now, but okay, yeah, you can work with it.
I also seem to have a distinct shortage of. Oh no, so take it back. There are enough. Lots of the flare stacks are coming out over here. Yeah, there's probably some weird stuff in these boxes. I wouldn't be surprised. Some of it might be useful, like the cliff explosives.
Red cables.
Yeah, well, they're
Everyone
always
uses
fun.
red cables.
Reverse factory, so you can grind up your pistols of shame. Yeah, that's fair. Oh, we don't have a blue load. Yeah, where's the blue loader trying to go? Was that what Mike was putting in? Yes, it is. All right, we're going to use an inserter there then instead. Also, you put that outside the logistics system.
Yeah, temporary issue. It's fine.
Which is, yes, technically, but yes, temporary issue because I came over and fixed it. But,
Well, I mean, I was still going to slap down a rope one.
it's all right. I fixed it.
Here you go. An insert, not a loader.
So I put it in an inserter now to see if I've got any of those. I sort of assume I have. Yeah, that seems to be all right.
You had, oh blimey. I think you've been putting iridium plates into the system for a lot longer than just then.
It does look like it. There's quite a few. There's about 600 in there apparently.
680, yeah. That was.
So, Sphere asked about the aiming more carefully. How are we honing in on it? So, right. So because we know, assuming our theory is correct, we know that the first triangle we zoom into with the very first chevron. We can then use we know that triangle is made up of 60 sub-triangles that form a grid of a triangular grid essentially. We also know what order all of those triangles are in because we've done the jigsaw based on the triangular glyphs from the bottom part of the cartouches. So we know what order all those glyphs are in with the triangular glyphs. We also know which triangular glyph refers to which circular glyph. So in this case, we've got that one. The one at the bottom refers to the one at the top, as you can see. And so we know that the triangle is. So we know that such and such a position in the triangle that we've got to from the first glyph is represented by a second glyph. And then we can blow that one up in our mind or in our theory, and we go, well, this is also made up of 60 sub-triangles, each of which is represented by again the same glyphs in the same order, and so we can then use that to zoom in again and again and again. So in theory, we know how the whole thing fits together. In practice, I think we may well want to go through and do a few experiments along the lines just to make sure that we have all of our understandings correct on this. But the basic theory, we feel like we have a reasonably good idea of, and we can work it out. So like on a sort of a. If it was in the real world, imagine if you were using an actual map. You know that, say, I don't know, London is at latitude 0.5 latitude 0 because Greenwich, obviously. Longitude. I've got latitude and longitude the right way around. Anyway, whatever it is, you know which square it falls into, and then you know that square is made up of 10 by 10 smaller squares for the 0.1 thing. So you can say which point that is, and then each of those is made up of smaller ones, so you know which point that is, and you can zoom in like that. This is the same sort of idea. It's just a lot more complicated, partly because it's triangles, and that makes the visualization and everything a bit harder, and partly because instead of using numbers and having it on a grid, so instead of using two numbers and having it on a nice grid, we're using these funny shaped glyphs and having them as a sort of a mess that just fill up a triangle. So it's the same sort of general idea of zooming in each time, but it's made quite a bit more complicated by the necessity to make it into a puzzle. Exactly. Yes. It should all be completely calculable. Whether we will be able to calculate it, I think we hopefully will be able to calculate it, but we will probably do a certain amount of checking of our coordinates again, or checking it as we go down to see if we seem to be barking up the right tree.
I think with the ones we've got now, I think we can come up with a string of 8 that we think is the solution. That we'll probably want to try.
Okay.
Next week.
That seems reasonable. Yeah. So we'll come up with our theoretical solution, see how that goes, and then if it works, then great, it works. We'll finish the game and do some science and head home for tea and medals and so on. And if not, then we'll then sort of start to look at various levels in and try and work out where we went wrong. Thank you. And work out where we went wrong. Yeah, I've left the glyph on screen. There we go.
We appear to be out of sulfur on Talos.
Oh.
Are we out? I think we are having serious problems with sulfur supply in Norbit as well. That was one thing
We're
I
having
was halfway through working on.
We're having serious Vitus issues due to lack of sulfur, so the spaceship's not leaving.
Right. I think
okay.
we might. Yeah, we have. Yes, yeah. The Talos N ship is sitting there waiting for. Oh, it's waiting. Oh, it's waiting for Vita. It's got a load of sulfur. I don't know whether it's waiting for more sulfur. Let's check the numbers down here.
Not.
No, it's got enough sulfur, but it's not got enough Vita.
Oh, that's Talos I'm looking at.
And the big rig ship is waiting. Oh, it's getting some sulfur now. But yeah, it's problematic because we don't have enough sulfur coming through at the moment, and that was something I was part way through fixing and then got distracted. So we've got this because I'm waiting for the train to come back up again mostly.
Yeah, I've got mines shutting down now because of a lack of sulfuric acid.
Yep, that is an expected problem. Unfortunately, I'm.
Presumably that's entirely throughput then, given we produce it on demand.
Yes, I think so. Sulfur train.
Yeah, it's a really convoluted logistics train, and there are several throttles along it.
Right, so we want to go up sulfur for spaceport. We also want to go for spaceport sulfur weight. Ooh, only once, please. So we'll put you in there. And also, we're only loading the sulfur in with a single green belt. This should probably be using the secondary elevator and another sulfur station over the other side. I think I might set that up, and that will hopefully make things a lot better. However, I will put in this. No, I'll do that, and then I'll put in the. I'll set that up, and then I'll put in the second train. So over here, do we have a spare station? Of course we don't. Okay.
Bad news. The green belts have topped out the chart.
Oh no, you didn't make the chart big enough.
Melancholia is using 1,000 sulfuric acid an in-game second. Roughly.
Crikey. Now that's because it's trying to fill its tank up. Once the tank is full, that
No. That's I've basically deadlocked it. So you've got the train station pipe is now outputting. It's a train station tank is outputting to the rest of the system, but it's not trying to fill up any other tanks. And it's using that amount just in the mines here. So we're actually technically using more than that.
Right.
So what you're saying is you should be filling them full of productivity modules.
Can't do that in space.
Miners you can.
Yeah.
Miners and labs.
I need a lot more productivity modules then.
Which means a lot more Vita, which means a lot more sulfur, which means, oh dear, I've gone cross-eyed.
Well, I could just use tier 3s. Actually, no, they might still use Vita.
No, tier 3s won't.
I can't even remember what tier 3s use. It's a year and a half since I built them.
Oh dear.
No, it wouldn't work anyway. It needs vulcanite. Ooh, low blow.
I know we had a vulcanite problem at the beginning. Actually, we had a vulcanite problem at the beginning of the stream. Do we still have a vulcanite problem?
That broke Kothar?
It looks okay at the moment.
Vulcanite is absolutely fine.
Yeah.
Oh, there's actually a little bit of a shortage of enriched vulcanite. There's some, but there's a bit of a shortage. What is going on with these?
It's currently
bots?
filling up.
Is that me? Where are these construction bots going?
No, it's me.
Okay.
Don't worry about it.
Are you carpeting the... Oh, what?
I'm keeping Marc happy.
Oh, I see. Ugh, don't do that. He'll come start to expect it.
He would have just done it next week if I hadn't.
What are we going? Bulk. Okay. Bulk sulfur pickup. Right, so we have that. I need to change all these filters, obviously, but that needs to wait for things to arrive. Over here again, waiting for stuff to arrive.
10:30, and I'm afraid I've still got man flu, so
Yeah.
I think I'm going to call it here, if that's right. Thank you
Okay.
very much.
Well,
Appreciate it.
I'll try and get Melancholia supplied with sulfur before you come back.
Yep, no worries. I mean, you've got a whole week to do it, so
That's not actually true. I've got
it's not wrong though, is
maybe
it?
half an hour to do it. Yeah, but if I started playing without you, well, firstly, it wouldn't get saved because Tristan's hosting, and secondly, you'd be upset. So.
True that. That's true. That's true. Anyway, I will. Good night, chat. Good night, all. I will see you all next time.
Catch you next week.
Potentially going to be the last one.
Dun dun dun.
Potentially, we'll see. It's the bit where we find out we've completely and utterly got it wrong, and it's going to be another 6 months.
It's like somehow what we've tested has matched perfectly.
But still, it's still somehow
completely
it's wrong.
misunderstood.
Yeah.
It's given the puzzle is. It doesn't need to be this hard. Some of it feels. It's something we can have a chat about in a retrospective if we feel that. Basically, feel anyone cares enough about what we think to do a retro.
Well, I'm definitely going to do a how-to video of what we work out, and I think a retro would be interesting. Whether we want to do it just as a stream with all of us waffling about our opinions, or whether we want to put together a sort of a script of some sort, or notes of something, or notes in advance of what we want to talk about. We'll come up with some way of doing it. But yes, I think it would be.
Personally, I think a series of pre-written and circulated questions, and ask chat. What does chat want? What does chat want to know? Get some questions, which we then mull over a bit and then discuss.
Yeah,
I feel that'd be better, but
yeah, no, I think
it's a style thing.
Makes a lot of sense. Yes.
Anyway, good night, all. Thank you very much, and I'll
Catch you
catch you later. Bye.
Yeah.
Yeah, I basically produce 3 types of video or / content on the channel. As you've probably noticed, there's the streams, which are quite literally just a stream of consciousness of us playing the game and talking and discussing things as we do them. Then there's the catch-up videos, which are also they're sort of a stream of consciousness, but it's edited down to be a little bit more coherent and have some of the ums and the ers and so on removed from it. And also, it's a little bit more planned in advance, a little bit planned, but it's still me just basically turning the microphone on and talking and then editing out any gaps. And then there's the actual proper videos like the tutorials and so on, which I actually script properly in advance and then put a lot more time and effort into editing. And you can tell by the amount of content of each different type how much time each one of those takes to make. Right, so there we go. We now have a supply of sulfur available over here, so that means I now need to go back to up here, see if I can catch the train when it's available. I cannot. Oh, maybe I can. Nope, that's another. There are many. Is it even up in space at the moment? It is. Right, I'm going to stop you for a moment and break the whole train system. So we don't want to go down Norvis down. We don't want to go to downstream. We don't want to go to downstream top. We don't want to go to Spaceport Sulphur Way. We do, actually. Yes, we do. So we want to go to Norvis Secondary down. No. Click in the right place, Laurence. Those appear at the bottom, don't they? Yes, Norvis Secondary down. But we do that after Sulphur for... What? Sulphur for Spaceport drop. Okay, that should go in there. So wait, drop, down. Then we go to... we don't know where that station is. We go to bulk sulphur pickup. That one. Then we go to Norvis Secondary up. Like that. So, sulphur wait, sulphur spaceport drop, empty till empty, down the elevator, bulk sulphur until full, Norvis Secondary up. Good. Right, I'm causing a train jam, so I better remove that as reasonably soon. But first, I want to... Where is it? There it is. Firstly, I want to take a copy of your instructions and put you on that train. Then... Oh. Bother. It's full. It's been to somewhere else first. Right, okay. So we need to temporarily go down to Norvis Primary down, because it's full of junk. And then go to, what's it called? What's the bottom station called? Is it downstream?
Downstream.
It's just called downstream. Excellent. Thank you. Until empty. and then come back up again. So go. No, go to there. Go to Norvis down. And I'll try and catch that when it comes back up again. In the meantime, this train is good. So that can go to down, secondary down to bulk sulfur pickup, and we'll see if that works. So, secondary down, full cargo inventory, bulk sulfur pickup, secondary up, spaceport sulfur weight, spaceport sulfur drop, and we're all sorted. Right, so meanwhile, I want to come over here and watch. Which station was it? Was it you? Yes, sulfur spaceport. So here's the one heading for secondary down. So we don't care about that one at the moment. That's not the train we're watching for. But I need to wait for the other train to pop up and then and deal with it when it does. I think there's a lot of, so looking at Sophia's comment there about how difficult the puzzle is. I think it is still quite difficult. We've done quite a lot of thinking about it, and we have some fairly mathsy orientated people thinking working in the group of us, and I think even so, the sort of the leap of logic to putting all the glyphs onto a sphere, that's pretty straightforward. That's fairly obvious once you start doing the long range star mapping, because you get coordinate systems with them. Did I add a Norvis up after downstream? Hopefully. I'm not sure actually now you say it. Let's check.
You were talking about doing it.
There was a train just parked here. No, I didn't. Ah. No, Norvis primary up. Prime. What? Why? Oh, of course, yes. Yeah. Norvis up. Go here. Don't do downstream. Don't do Norvis down. So if it's, it'll break because it'll get to here. If I just leave it. It's gone up the.
Well, that'll be a non-existent station, so it will actually be fine.
Oh, that's true. Yes, because the other one does exist. It just couldn't get to it. Good point. And back over here. This station down. That one. Right. You now don't need to do a Norvis up. You need to do wait and drop till empty. Then Norvis secondary down. Bulk sulfur pick up to full. Norvis secondary up. Right. There we go. So where was I? Yes. So working out going from the long range star mapping. No, not that one. Sorry, the long range star mapping. Going, okay, these are all standard vectors. Working out that these are unit vectors, not a huge leap of logic. Plotting all of these and going, oh look, they're on a sphere. Also, not a huge leap of logic. The difficult part, I think, is then working out. Is then realizing what taking these glyphs and turning them into so a single glyph. Fine, it's going to be easy. Putting one glyph into the Stargate and saying that is in that direction. Fine, that's really easy. Guessing that the exploration journal and the coordinates here are the direction you came in, and therefore you need to go back again. Also pretty easy. However, I feel that going from working out that one of these things means go in that direction, and then doing the leap of logic to working out that then it's made up of all the triangles beyond that I think is the difficult part, and I don't know how long it would have taken me to get that on my own, because I don't think I made that leap of logic myself. I think that was mostly Mike and Tristan, but it certainly wasn't me. So that part seems quite difficult to me, at least. But yeah, but then it's a lot of it's going to come down to just how good you are at maths, I suppose, and whether you make these sort of leaps of logic or not. And I'm not sure I'm quite. I mean, I am quite good at maths. I was fine with the interburbulator, for example, and various other things. But there's some quite big leaps of logic in there, and I'm not sure whether I'd have been able to make them myself. Maybe I would. I don't know. Maybe I'm maligning myself, but it certainly feels like it would be a significant challenge. I also need to make another train because I forgot to. Did I forget to, given that I came back and did it? I forgot to do it at the time, anyway. So let's sort that out. Right, so this will unload the train a bit more quickly. The train a bit more quickly. We're getting a quantity of sulfur is being obtained. We're up to 6,000 at the moment. This is already, this is going to be, so putting in a second train is going to double the rate it comes in at. Having it only have to go as far as the secondary elevator, which is just over here, is also going to help quite a lot. The question is, have we got the sulfur coming through fast enough over here? To which the answer is no. Perhaps I need to bump the train limit over here to up to 2 for a little while. I don't know. Let's turn the train limit off.
Yeah.
Oh, I can't turn it off.
Potentially add a second combinator that's looking for less than, maybe also just less than 0, so that if it's, whenever it's empty, it calls 2 trains over.
It's not a bad idea, actually. I can only do 1 on the output of those, which is a shame.
Yeah.
Put another one in there anyway, and do as you suggest. Thank you.
And yeah, you got the issue here, but long term that should be fine.
Oh, that issue, yeah. Yes, as long as there's enough sulfur available down here, then it'll be absolutely fine. But yes, if a holmium cable train comes through, then it'll.
No, any of the trains comes down.
Oh yeah, there's no signals along here. Yeah.
Let's do that so that at least
it's
only
only
the
upset the
holmium
cable. Yeah. We haven't had any holmium cables for a while. We should have Immersite to make.
That was heading up a minute or so ago.
Oh, okay. The warehouse is refilled already. Then that's pretty impressive.
152 stacks in there.
Yeah, but it squeezed it all down the down the 2 belts, which is the thing.
Yeah.
I apparently did not see your Stargate question. Oh, I see up there. Okay, we haven't experimented with putting something special in the final place. We've discovered that you can't use. So Tristan was mentioning the 3 points on the triangle glyphs. That's the top. Top of the triangle, bottom left of the triangle, bottom right of the triangle, and centre of the triangle. Those glyphs can't be put in the first point because you don't have a point on the triangle to zoom in on at that point. The first point on there has to be an actual glyph. We haven't experimented with putting funny things in the last space yet, but the fact that we can put in the triangle ones suggests that it's not an I am coming from this glyph location. Because the triangles are only the triangle or the arrows seem to very much be relative points rather than absolute points.
Tempted to look up a whatever set of glyphs followed by the 3 triangles as the last one to see what sort of angle difference that smallest triangle is.
Yeah, that could be interesting. First train is gone, second train is now loading up. Excellent.
I've still got
that's arrived.
About 100k matter.
There we go. Now we're asking for 2 trains, so they can come down here. And there's loads of space for trains to wait down here. So we've got a huge stacker. So calling for extra trains is not a problem. And we're using chain signals all the way along here, so the trains won't leave their desired space until there's room to go into a station. So I imagine there's probably lots of iron and stone trains in here, but we haven't bothered colour coding our trains, so it's hard to tell. At least partly because originally we had the train trails mod installed, which means if you do colour code your trains, you get fancy lighting underneath them, and we only wanted that on our personal trains. And then I went in and recoloured all the ones on Agnea last week, and so we had to turn the mod off because it was doing bad things to our UPS. I say bad things to our UPS. The size of the factory is doing bad things to our UPS, and I'm down to. It dropped down to 8 frames per second earlier, and that's not enough. That is not enough frames. So yeah, 2 trains on the way down to sulfur. There's one at another sulfur drop. Doing things like this sometimes makes me wonder if I need to put in another sulfur pickup and drop off train, or another sulfur train. But hopefully we'll fill up buffers, and then everything will be okay. Right, so back up in space. Meanwhile, in the past, no, in space, we can see, yeah, the sulfur is still pouring through and being used up basically just as fast as it's being made. So this is not catching up. However, the big red ship has left, which means it will soon come back, hopefully, with some more of the stuff that's needed in order for the Talos N ship to leave, because we are currently waiting for methane ice, if there is any. We don't really care about it, but if there is any, we'll happily take it. And also little dark green bottles.
Big Rid had completely ground to a halt when I looked at it,
okay.
because there was too much trying. Basically, the route up to the spaceship was full.
Oh, okay. So so does that mean that the spaceship is ready to be fully loaded as soon as it arrives? Yes, it does.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's plenty of stuff up here.
Probably twice, I guess.
Perhaps. No, there's only one additional warehouse.
There's one more warehouse
and
there.
One underground. Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
It's leaving full of. It left full of stuff it shouldn't leave full of.
Oh.
Hell? It's got and there's a timer on here as well. The hell? That should not have happened.
Mark.
This is definitely your fault, Mark. This is a big red ship. Yeah, it's left with it's not got any of the useful stuff. It's just got it's got a load of glass on it, but it's full
That's
of
unloading. Glass gets unloaded.
Oh, so yeah, it just didn't.
Sulfur gets unloaded.
It didn't even start.
Yeah,
it didn't even start loading. What? It's mostly unloaded. Do you think it's got enough fuel to turn around? Yes. Big red orbit. What the hell? That's definitely.
Did you
not
see
supposed
it
to happen.
bounce, or was it?
No, I went over there and I saw flickers. I saw it flickering, ready to leave. I don't know how long it had been there for. It was there when my camera landed. So I don't think it bounced, but I'm not certain. It's like the effect of when you look at a clock and the first second seems longer than the rest of them because of your brain doing funny shenaniganery. Right, so it's landed. It is unloaded. It is not loading. Oh, it's because there's too many different things.
Oh, it's that problem.
Yes, but also.
And nothing's being taken down, so the output warehouses are full.
He's requested too much stuff. And
Do you want to change the number of ticks required to launch to more?
Yeah.
Put a 0 on the end.
Okay, well that's fun. So these filters are being set, but hang on, these are supposed to be set by what's in the warehouses, aren't they? So we've got
including the
including,
it's what's gone through the bottom left one, isn't it, or something? I can't remember.
No, I think it's the contents of the warehouse. There's a green cable coming out here. We're adding nothing onto it. Yeah, so it's the contents of the warehouses. Why are these not running? So this is trying to send through wood, coal, methane ice, and iron ore. To be fair, there is none of that in here. Or here. Or here. Oh, that's stone. Okay. That's take it away. That's a feed through there. Yeah, it's just feeding from the contents of the warehouses are being fed down.
Including this warehouse. That's the problem.
No, that warehouse isn't hooked in. There's a green cable. There's a green cable running down the 3 warehouses that then goes down to this combinator, which adds nothing onto it and outputs it. That passes the signal up to the inserters, which are. They're not setting filters. They've been hard coded with filters. What? How's that happened? Maybe this was Marc turning them off when he was resetting them. I'm going to set the filters on here. Oh no, they don't. You're right. They don't need set filters. They should just run. They shouldn't have filters.
Yeah, you don't care. You don't care what you load.
You're quite right. Everything should be loaded. So I'll set that off and set it to blacklist. Yes, there we go. Now it's loading the spaceship. And now, and also unloading the space. Oh yes, because we're emptying the train as well. Ha! That's convenient.
I've disabled the train being loaded down on the ground.
Okay.
because
Yeah,
we're
'cause
going
we
to
need
want to
some stuff
bring
down. Yeah.
loads.
Although a train up and a train down should sort of balance, I think. Because it's going to be mumble stacked either way. But yeah, there's certainly no harm in doing that. Right. Okay. So that is now does now seem to be working. I'm quite surprised we have only just seen this break.
That
Mark was
might be why
working
we were
around with
low
it a lot.
on Vita stuff, because we've been gradually building up more and more Vita stuff in these warehouses. As it was
Oh, I
loading all the other
see.
stuff through.
It was just taking the wood, the coal, and whatever.
Yeah.
That's possible. So Vita produces so much random junk that we're able to keep the ships running with just carrying junk. That's amazing. Yeah, but the point, Doopy, is that we've seen. I'm sure we've seen Vita ships flying stuff around. We've had some Vita coming in. I think the most recent thing that's been changed was last week. Mark was messing around with the memory cell systems. Maybe he broke it then. I'm not sure. We shall have to ask him very pointed questions in Discord tomorrow. Right, train is nearly full. Well, no, the train is half full.
No.
Now it's full. And off it goes. There it goes. Right.
That was a long 2 seconds.
Yeah. Oh, what I'm meant to look at is these. Okay, there's a lot. The spaceship is still loading. This is going to take a while, but that's fine. That's just it is working now. It's just a slowish process to get everything in there, up to 1,500 stacks of stuff in there. And also, I was going to say a lot of it stacks up quite highly. That's not true. It's all 50s. Oh, there's some elevator cable in the spaceship as well. Oh, no, it's actually take about. That's fine. It's still being unloaded on the other side.
Yeah, the glass comes out as well. And presumably the vulcanite.
Yeah. Yeah, but elevator cable was the one that leapt out at me, probably because that's the thing that you never want to be taken back to Norvis. Okay, so that means actually the numbers I was saying, that's okay, it's nearly done. It's sort of nearly half done is actually completely wrong because there's still 1,400 vulcanite to be taken out of here. So it's going to be a while. I'm not going to watch that because it probably won't actually boil. Especially not if I'm watching it.
So did you change? Yeah, you changed the ticks to 40.
Yes, I should probably change that back actually now the system is working as it should. I'm going to risk setting it back because everything is ticking over.
We have 2 ticks, so yeah, that's probably fine.
Oh yeah, it would have been smart to check that first, wouldn't it? Yeah, so the 2 and 2 is correct because it's loading and unloading. Both of those are happening, so that should be fine. Just give it a push, Beth. Yes, give that a push. Right. Yeah, so it seems to be kind of working.
And the warehouse is only about half full, so even while the trains are looping round, there's plenty of time for it to keep loading.
So I wonder if that means we've been building up and up and up on the amount of resources we're bringing out, or is we just bringing out... Because it feels... The warehouses shouldn't jam up like this. Because you should always have... There should always be...
Oh, these ones aren't counted. Those 3.
You're right, they're not. It's only
Which is fine because there's one ship.
Yeah.
It's just... In this case, it was weird.
I'm not sure it is fine, but...
I could connect them all to the other warehouse with red cable. But... that might upset Mark, I don't know. It might be fine.
The bottom warehouse is connected. I thought that red cable just went straight across it, but no, it does hook onto the warehouse. You can tell. I can tell because when I mouse over the warehouse, the cable lights up. All right. Well, yeah, that seems like it's ticking over properly. I should probably come back and have a look at it in about 10-15 minutes before we end the stream. But for now, that seems to probably be all right. And yeah, we're getting a lot.
Actually, yeah, that looks like
stuff
that's finished unloading now.
Oh yes, you're right. Then we're now down to sub 512 stacks in all the warehouses.
That probably means it's okay to load the trains at the bottom again now.
Yes, I think so. We didn't actually get any empty trains come up.
There was what the first one was basically empty.
Oh, was it? Oh, okay. There's one here that is. Oh, actually, no. Sorry, I take it back. Yeah, this one is basically it's mostly empty. It's like 10%.
It is the loaders and the belts. Some of the belts that feed the loaders.
Okay. Right, so we did get we got a mostly empty train up then.
Yeah, it left automatically because there's a "Hey, I've got stuff for you to collect" signal.
Oh, good. I'm glad that works. This is weird. So the bottom warehouse is at 420 stacks. The middle one is at 275, and the top one's at 400 as well. The middle one has got so much less stuff in it, or so many fewer stacks of stuff in it than the other ones. I know the law of random, or the law of averages rather, suggests that they should all fill up at about the same rate with about the same amount of stuff, just always, because it's always going to be just split randomly between them. And yet somehow you often get one that is just way out from all the rest. Maybe this one's got more wood than the others, and that stacks to 100, or maybe it came out with a lot more glass in it, and therefore it took longer to unload. Yeah, but it's weird that either of those happened. Is my point. Let's go back to Norbit and see how things are getting on over here. Well, we have some sulfur that's being fed through to the Stardust spaceship. That's nice. Big Grid spaceship's not there. The Njord spaceship is not there. There is actually a decent amount of holmium at the moment. This warehouse is nearly full, so that's gone really well. The Njord ship isn't here, but we have a good supply of the holmium, so that's nice. Over in the Agnair area, the ship has obviously just been and gone because we're emptying out the warehouses from here. There is a 21,000 enriched vulcanite, so that's good because we did see there was a bit of a shortage of that before, and there's a healthy amount of vulcanite here as well, so that's good. Taras, we have a quantity. There's about 15,000 of each in there, and we seem to have reasonable amounts of the immersite things now. The question is how well is the throughput going to everywhere else that requires it? But in theory, we've got a load of stuff there at least. So that's a good sign. I was talking about potentially putting in a second train at one point because I think the immersite is not getting taken to where it needs to go, sort of further downstream fast enough. However, we haven't had enough here for me to be absolutely sure that is the problem yet. So we'll leave that for the time being. Stardust we don't care about. That's just inputs there. Fenestra ship is missing, but sure. Asteroid 2. Is that the one? Oh, is that the one that goes out to? Yeah, that's the one that goes out to get the. What comes from there? Oh yeah, methane ice. I remember. I set that one up. I should know about that one myself. Yeah, so the spaceships all look pretty good, with the exception of the Big Grid one and Taras. I'm still not quite sure about. Actually, let's have a look at Taras. See what sort of supply, how much is going into the spaceship at the moment, or how much is there for the spaceship at the moment. The spaceship is not there, but we have nearly half a spaceship's worth. I think the spaceship has left fairly recently because you can see the rare metal still pouring out over here, and this warehouse isn't full. So that the ship must have pretty much just left. So the fact that we've already got almost half a ship's worth of stuff over here is a good sign. Oh, and we have two Taras ships, don't we? So there's one. Yeah, there we go. It's just left Taras and it's got over to here. The other Taras ship. Recently left Norvis and is on its way back out again. So I would say that looks like it's ticking over nicely. There is a ship there.
The Fenestra ship bounced.
Fenestra ship bounced?
Huh. Yeah, in Fenestra. It's heading back to... It's nearly back at Norvis, I think, it's nearest... There it is coming into the system with a whole load of matter.
Dope. Doopy has just pointed out to me as I was standing out in space wasting oxygen, so I've gone and hidden in my spaceship. I mean, I've got 12 hours of oxygen cans at the moment, but still, you're quite right.
So
There is no point in
wasteful.
wasting them. Yeah, well, I've been distracted by other things. I like that we get these little red lights on the graph to show show that we're short of things, but it doesn't actually tell us what we're short of there. But it is, yeah, it's all the bios down there, and one of the types of arcosphere. Yes, 24 hours of real time. You're quite right. Oh, despite all of that enriched vulcanite I saw, we still seem to think we've got a bit of a shortage of it. I'm going to have to go and have a look at that. So what's the number we've got coming in here?
It's currently loading.
Okay, so it's not in warehouses to measure. Do you mean?
Potentially, yeah.
Okay.
As it was a minute or two ago when I looked.
Right. It's showing yellow though, so it's not the end of the world. We've still got, yeah, as we said, we've maxed out on the green circuits, the green belts there. Do we have any? Because we don't seem to get the immersium doesn't really seem to get to anywhere.
You guys have used 5.3 thousand life support canisters between you.
That's a bit
Excessive.
blamey.
I've not used any.
You've just been holding your breath whenever you're in space.
Yep. He says standing in space at the moment.
Yes.
On some convenient...
we've run out of naquium.
Floor.
But we have a spaceship's worth of it sitting over here, waiting for the Talos N ship to come over. No, press the right buttons, Laurence. There we go. So I don't see it up here. Maybe it's in Norbit. Let's go and check. Norbit. Talos N ship. Here it is. And it is just sitting there because... Oh yes, of course, we're waiting for those dark green bottles to arrive. I remember. So I guess that means...
Big red ship is on its way.
Okay, cool. With presumably a large number of dark green bottles. Yeah, there's...
presumably the exact number
4,000,
we're wanting to keep in stock.
6,000. Not necessarily... Well,
Oh, no,
there might be some other in some of the warehouses and things.
There's still some in the warehouses. 4.7k each. Ish.
What's thrown out enriched vulcanite? Yeah, over here we have the enriched vulcanite. Yeah, it's meant to... Yes, it pours out of here, it goes into here, then into here, then into here. And from here it can either go into this one to go over to Kothar, or it can come down here to be sent off for other things. Oh, I see. You're right, it has decided it didn't want some of the enriched vulcanite that was aboard it. I don't know. Quite a lot of it as well, actually. Did we discover... Oh, we discovered some more of it. So yeah, the numbers will have been thrown out by that. I hope that's not going to break everything.
Is that what those loop back belts are for?
Oh yeah.
On the right hand side.
That'd be a good idea, wouldn't it? So yeah, we can send that... I mean, it's for that sort of thing, yes. So let's send the enriched vulcanite around there. And then these can... allow enriched vulcanite out, I suppose. Yes, so this is the, oh dear, something screwed up. Let's pass it back round again and pass it back in again. Oh, I should send the sulfur through as well, actually, since there's a sizable amount there, and probably the vulcanite. Let's flip that round for the moment. I will inevitably forget to put that back again, so I probably shouldn't have done that. No, let's just let it take its own sweet time to do it. I don't care about how long it takes. Just get that back round and feed it in up here, and we'll pass it through when necessary. How much stuff is there in there? 300 stacks of stuff. Really? Where is it all? Oh, that is 300 stacks. Okay. I don't really want to chuck... No, I can't chuck 300 stacks of stuff round at these warehouses because it'll be an overload. That's probably why it's all still in there. Yeah, we do need... I feel like we do need to clear all this out, like we're doing at the moment, and pass it back round again. But I'm a little bit iffy about overloading these warehouses up here with stuff that we won't necessarily want immediately.
You can monitor the amount in the warehouse. But it's the warehouses. But it's a faff because there's a whole load of other cables on there. There's no red cables on them, actually.
I was thinking actually I could run off this green cable that controls the belts down at the bottom, and then whenever any of those are close to low but not actually low, then I could feed some through. That will need more pylons though.
You'd want to do it based on one at a time. So you'd only want to be outputting sulfur.
There's vulcanite going through at the moment. Let's send some vulcanite through. The vulcanite actually wanted. So we'll increase the amount of that flows in. I mean, vulcanite we get through quite a lot of. Connect to the warehouse on the right and let through half the sun. Yeah, so sulfur sulfur and vulcanite we get through in quite large quantities, so I don't feel too bad about feeding lots and lots of those into these warehouses. But even then, I don't want them to be completely full, because then we'll have potentially have problems when we try and feed all the other things in that we need in these in the system.
I think what Regular's saying is basically decide, there's 6.2k sulfur in there. Let that get down to, say, 4k.
Oh, I see. Yeah, that's true.
And yeah, it's then the manual, come back later and set it to 3k and 2k, etc.
Yeah, so it stacks up to 200. So we want, and these warehouses have, well, I could put 30 stacks in each, I could put 50 stacks in each warehouse without it being too much of a problem. 50 times 200 is 10,000, and there's 28,000 in here. So if I stop this running when the vulcanite gets down to 18,000, yeah, that seems sensible and reasonable. When vulcanite is greater than 18,000, then run. Okay, yeah, that's good, because that means I don't have to stare at it, which is much nicer. Or stare at it while I'm thinking about what I want to do with it. So where's the big grid ship? Has it arrived yet? Yes, I think it must have done.
Yep.
Here it is. Here comes the unloading. Lots and lots of wood and copper and coal and stone and other things we don't actually care about, but we just need to get rid of. Just go over there with a machine gun and take out these warehouses. Although then waiting for the bots to bring the stuff over to replace it. Actually, that wouldn't help, because it's the unloading rate from these warehouses that's a limiting factor for getting out all the stuff we actually want.
The downstream area got rather overloaded with wood earlier.
Oh. Well, we're sending you another 25, 40,000.
It's currently okay.
How do you feel about 40,000 wood?
I can join the 48,000 that's already here.
Okay. Cool.
That's just sitting there having nothing done to it, because it's anything over that, then we start making it into process fuel.
Do we need to have a bonfire? Okay, making process fuel. That's sort of having a bonfire, I suppose.
Yeah.
Close enough. Oh, out comes the rare metals. We've still not had any Vita anything come out of the warehouse, out of the spaceship. Just doing all the rare metals, and now can't see what it's doing now. Oh, more wood. It's found some more wood. Oh no, the Vita stuff is starting to come out now. Hurrah! Yeah, we'll burn it. We'll burn it with fire, yes, but specifically we'll burn it in our locomotives with fire, because then the locomotives move, and that's useful. I sometimes feel like I need to expand the area of my my face cam, because I do hand gestures sometimes, and if I don't think about it and do them up here, then they're completely wasted. Hello, Marc. We are looking at your ship because it was broken and we had to fix it. I hope you had a good social. Yeah, so we worked out why we weren't getting through half of the Vita products we wanted. It turned out that over in Big Grid, or Big Grid Orbit rather, the filters were set on these inserters over here, so they were only putting in methane ice, stone, coal, and wood, and so that was all the Big Grid ship was bringing over. And so it had finally built up and up and up and up in the warehouses to the point where there was none of that, and the warehouses were just completely full of other things, and so the spaceship had ground to a halt. So yeah, that was interesting. Yellow belt to the edge of the world to bring home all the wood. That's a lot of wood. Yeah, I found wood is a little bit frustrating because you can't automate it properly in vanilla anyway. Oh, it's finally emptied. Plip. That's no problem. It's the versions problem where it was on. We weren't quite sure which version of the system it should have been on, and whichever version it was on, it wasn't working. I think it probably been through partial upgrades, and that was causing issues. But this does mean that we now have Vitalic reagent again for the first time in a while, and so of course it is pouring straight out of the top here to go over to Talos. But never mind, it is needed over there. We have half a warehouse full of trash over here, and yeah, and the stuff is coming through, so that's nice. Oh yeah, I was thinking, Mark, do you if I put a if I run a cable from here to here, monitoring how much of this stuff, the what do you call it, the vital melange core fragments are in this warehouse, and then run this one whenever it goes below 2,000. So we just keep topping it up from here. Do you approve of that? Shall I do so? Oh yeah, yes, we have we have a system down on the ground that monitors how much. Well, basically, it prioritises wood for making it into processed fuel. I think that's about here. Yes, so we have excess wood flowing in from somewhere. Hang on, how does all this work?
Where I pinged.
Oh, okay.
Over by the downstream stuff.
Oh, I see. So we're taking the wood directly, we're turning it into processed fuel here, and we're then sending that off by train to drop it off at the place I was looking at just now. And if we run out of processed fuel down here, so the train brings in processed fuel like this. No, it brings it in over here, passes it all the way up here. If we ever have a shortage of it, then these machines over here will make it from wood that comes from locally. And if we run really, really low on it, then we can make it out of rocket fuel, which is an odd way to. It feels like an odd thing to be making processed fuel out of, but it does work. Oh yeah, yes. I think I looked at the numbers. Actually, you're quite right, Mark. Talking problems. Clearly, Mike has infected me. Yeah, we've got an enormous amount of the core chunks available, so it is going to be a very, very long time until we run out. All right, fair enough. I'll just leave it well alone then. There's no point in fiddling with it if it's unnecessary. So we still have a trickle of Vitalic reagent coming out over here, and I think this is the burst that came out initially, so that can then eventually be fed up into the. Oh no, we some of it has come up. How much are we waiting for over here? We're waiting at 12,000. Okay. We might be a little while until that spaceship leaves. How much have we got over here? 700. None. Oh dear. Yeah, we might be going to be waiting until another spaceship arrives before that one goes. However, we did reckon that this is not the way to find Bigrid. This is the way to find Bigrid. There is lots of stuff available over here. We've got 15,000 available over, almost 15,000 available over here. So once the ship arrives, loads up, and heads back off again, we should be all right for at least for a little while. Where is it? There it is. Nearly there. It's called the Bigrid 1. I don't see a Bigrid 2. Is that because we don't have a Bigrid 2?
All the spaceships, all the planet spaceships are ones, unless for the second one.
Yes, okay, I see what you mean. Okay, so there is only the one Bigrid spaceship, but it's probably fine when it doesn't have problems. So I think should be all right. Should be able to stock up fairly well. And there's a load more. Well, I say a load more. There's like 200 more Vitalic reagent coming up in this train as well. The Bigrid train was not moving because it was filling up with all this stuff from the spaceships have been dropping off. So it takes a while to fill up with down the 4 space belts. So I think that's probably why. And then down here it's filling up merrily with all the other stuff it needs. So I think everything Bigrid related is now working. Zoop.
So you should now be getting messages on Taros. Amount of glass. specifically.
Oh yes, you did say yes. A specific amount. So it should be. So I need to watch for it to be negative. Do you mean?
No, as in you will actually have some now.
Oh, I see. Okay, let's have a look over at Terrace.
The warehouse actually has some in.
Gosh, it's still being
As long as you look moderately quickly.
Yes, it says 320. It's oscillating between 321 and 322.
Yeah, it's loading at whatever's presumably half a purple belt and unloading at a blue belt.
Those numbers seem to add up, yep. Interestingly, over on Taras, we now have enough imersite crystal, so that belt has stopped, which means we're not getting all that much sand through, which means we're not making as much glass as we were before. That's quite interesting.
But numbers about to skyrocket. Because it's now going to be a full purple belt loading it. There we go.
Whoop, there it goes. Yes. All the way over on this planet, and I can see your numbers just as clearly. Yeah, so I'm surprised and impressed that we appear to now have enough imersite crystal. We are still making the plate, but we have apparently have enough crystal. I'm sort of skeptical of that. I find it hard to believe, but I'm fairly sure we've got these things right. Yes, Mark, we've significant insights into the Stargate. We had a bit of a talk through it earlier. I think it's probably best if I don't try to repeat it all. However, most of our theories seem to be coming true, which is nice. So we seem to be working along about approximately the right path with our ponderings with the Stargate. So yes, things seem to be going quite well. I don't know exactly how far Tristan's got into it. He was doing quite a bit of Stargate programming, but I don't know whether he's actually got sort of 2 or 3 levels in yet, or whether we're just going to go off and try and maths it hard and then come in and go, we think that this is the answer, let's program it in and see if the whole thing explodes.
I haven't actually programmed the one that I think is 2 glyphs in.
Okay, alright, yes. It's probably quite good to try and do it with the magic of maths first and then see how that goes.
Yeah. 1 glyph in I did do because I had to choose a starting glyph for my testing. So I chose that one.
And also, you wanted to check the sort of the uppy downiness and the lefty rightiness and things like that. So it seems.
I need to choose a starting glyph for that. Any starting glyph would have been fine.
Yeah, I suppose so. Yeah.
It's the second glyph that was mattering for that.
Yes. Although different triangles must be different weight up. So. Yeah. Okay, yes. If you're going to watch the stream, you will see my my attempt to explain everything all the way from the very beginning. So that should tell you everything you need to know. Hopefully. All right. So actually, looking over here, yeah, we do seem to have a lot of imersite crystals. Got 15k there, another 5, 10, 15. So that's 30,000, and then another 5 down here. So you've got 35,000 imersite crystals, and 15, 25. 26,000 plate. So it's not bad actually. We have enough that the train can come in. It'll easily be able to fill up, and it won't cause any significant upset. And it can go off from here. Yeah,
and the next
seems to be going quite well.
The next Norvis train that needs imersite crystal will come over to this station instead as well.
Okay,
there's enough there.
All right. Yeah.
I don't know if any has come to the plates, picked up any plates from there ever. That fills up a lot slower.
Did the imersite arrive at solar production on Norvis? Oh, good question. Doesn't look like it. So there is enough.
I sent the train off manually once,
and it has, and since then it's built another one. Okay, so no, I think is probably the answer there. It is being brought down by that one train that's to bring down the mixed stuff, as we've discussed.
Why is that
before.
train?
Then over
that's crystal it needs, isn't it?
Yes.
Oh right, no, we don't have any crystals on Norvis.
No, but we have. But the train up in Norbit is busy taking crystals and plates to somewhere, and in fact, it is taking them down to the planet because it was not. It wasn't. I couldn't find it last time I clicked on it.
Okay.
It's gone now. I clicked on the station. It is. Oh, this time it's taken it to somewhere up in
material,
space. Material.
Presumably.
Yeah, material.
Yeah, because we're now doing material science,
Mm.
so it's using loads. Okay, I'll send the train over to the other crystal drop. Pick up, even.
Okay. Yeah, so we theoretically... we had actually run out over here for making the material set science packs. Which, that actually makes me wonder why it went down to the ground. Because I'm sure I clicked on the station and the train didn't exist.
Maybe
was-
it was just before it needed.
Doesn't feel right, but it's possible. Because it's basically empty now over here again already. That doesn't feel right. Yeah, it makes me wonder if I clicked on the wrong station or something like that then. But yeah, we shall see. But we do have a lot of crystal at the moment. And this is sort of... maybe we could put in a second train that... I don't know. The part of the problem, perhaps, is that it's only bringing over half a train's worth of crystal. In fact, it's gone down to the planet now. Ah, there we go. It's just gone down to the planet to drop the plates off down there. That's the problem. It's that when it's...
Hang on, it shouldn't. Oh, it needs
did.
plates. Okay. Yeah, because of the plates. That's the part I missed.
Yeah.
Yeah.
This is why I was thinking that having one train doing both is probably a bad idea.
I'll agree it's not ideal.
Yeah, here we go. So it's unloading the plates at a rate of knots. Yeah, fine. They're going into the train up here. No, it probably won't fill it. But but also I feel at this stage of the game, it's probably not worth changing.
Yeah.
Well, actually, yeah. At the moment, I'm just trying to think what demand do we have down the ground for Immersite. There is the immersium plates are needed on the bus. So if we can get this train filled, then we can start making some more of those green belts we wanted. And then once we get the crystals down, then we can start making some more of the solar panels. So yeah. What was the thing we were telling Mike we were going to check on in about half an hour? Because it is about half an hour now.
Chat, help.
Yeah, because Mike was. Oh, it was a sulfur station over here, I think. Or at least I think I was over here when I was talking about it. So we have a sulfur station here which has a decent supply in it. It seems to be working. Was there something I wanted to reduce again? Don't think it was the big grid space. No, we didn't discover the problem with the big grid space. Factory gone? I'm not sure. We do seem to have enough sulfur now, though, which is nice. So those are.
And it was specifically mentioned to Mike?
I think so.
He hasn't done anything about iridium today.
No, iridium doesn't seem to. Marc, definitely Mike. Marc hasn't. Marc only showed up 10 minutes ago. I think 15 minutes ago. I don't know. It doesn't matter. Whenever it was, yes, it was definitely Mike we were talking to, and Mike left before Marc turned up. So it was definitely Mike. But I'm not 100% sure whether it was a thing that Mike needed to be done, or whether it was something that he commented on. And I went. And
was it something to do with sulfur for Talos for what's the name place?
Melancholia. Maybe that's waiting for the for more of the vitalic reagent to come through. It's possible it was that. Big orbit. Right, big orbit it looks like a ship has been and gone, at a guess. Yes, there's not very much there, so where's that? Big grid. There it is. It's just taken the right turn in order to get over to Norvis.
Oh.
That just feels so wrong based on, orbital mechanics and stuff. I suppose it's better than having all of the spaceships just flying in straight lines like they do in deep space, because that would look maybe that would look even weirder, especially as they flew over other planets. I don't know. Maybe just having them.
We have spaceships taking different amounts of time based on where in the orbit the planets are, and do you plan for that?
Yeah, I suppose the reason against that is it was going to be incredibly quick to get from Norvis to Tango the way it's laid out, because they're physically that close together in the 2D plane, which isn't what you want. You want it to take a while to get from planet to planet, but you also want to have them drawn reasonably close together, so it's not an enormous pain to scroll around the universe when you want to look at them.
I was more meaning because you do slingshot maneuvers and things like that.
Oh, right, yeah.
Actual orbital stuff. But that's just you're playing Kerbal then.
Yes.
Almost.
You don't have to wait for 2 years for a launch window. You can brute force orbital transfers. But
And
yeah,
you pay more for the fuel.
you do.
It's fine.
But when it's ion stream, that's kind of okay. I thought that would be quite interesting, wouldn't it? If you change if when you got onto ion stream, you go, oh, okay, we have more delta V available now, so we can do a more we can do a less we can take a shorter transfer route. Okay, I don't remember noticing orbital mechanics, particularly in DSP when I was playing that. I think it was just because that one you really did brute force it. You just, oh yeah, true. Yes, sometimes did it sometimes take longer to get from one planet to another? Maybe it did, but again, that was just you just brute forced it. So it didn't. You pointed directly at the place you wanted to go and blasted your engines. So it was sort of Star Wars physics rather than proper orbital mechanics. This is not where I wanted to look at. I wanted to look at this one. Big red ship.
At this rate, you'd be expecting rockets to take an amount of time to get there as well.
Yeah,
like
yes, you just want to work it out for rockets and delivery cannon capsules as well.
Yeah.
All right. I think it is now sufficiently late that I think it is getting time for me to go to bed, especially as I've been tired all day. So I'm going to call an end to the stream there. I know we haven't managed to get the ship back over to Talos yet with all of this these dark green bottles that are coming through, about to come through. So I think it's time to. I think it's about time to go. So the planet's moving in and out of warp range. Okay, I did have warpers. I didn't notice planets moving in and out of warp range. So that's quite interesting. Yeah. Have to keep an eye on it if I ever play the game again. So, thank you very much for watching. We are now getting very close to the end game. We will hopefully have, when we come back for the stream next week, we will have some sort of solution planned, and we'll program it in and see what happens. And then we'll see if there's a few extra little bits of research here and there that we want to polish off before we call it actually finished. And then, as we were discussing earlier, we'll have a bit of a chat about retrospectives and stuff like that. So I'll be opening the floor to for questions then, and so try and anything you want us to discuss from playing all the way through. I will be back on Wednesday to play some more Satisfactory, so I'm in a similar sort of position in Satisfactory. There isn't a big mathematical puzzle to work through, but I've got to sort of the pretty much the end game researches where it's just go off and build several thousand of all of these things to prove that you can. So that's it's going okay. I am trying to prove that I can, and it's going somewhat slowly, but I'm building up the factory because that's how these games sort of work. So come along on Wednesday, see how I'm getting on with that. It'll be the same sort of time, 7:30 PM UK time, and then at the weekend I'll come back with some more videos talking about what we got up to in this stream and a bit more of a hopefully slightly more eloquent and scripted summary of what we've been finding out with the Stargate. So I hope to see you for all that stuff. Don't forget to subscribe to the YouTube channel if you're not already, because that's the easiest way to find out that stuff is happening. I'm getting quite close to 5,000 subscribers now, which is quite exciting. So if you're not subscribed, please come along and help me get up to that one. And following on Twitch is also a good idea as well. It's always nice to have people along, everyone along for all of that stuff as well. So as I say, thank you very much for watching. We shall be back with lots more content over the next week, and we'll be having to think about what games to play next as well, because as I say, we're coming to the end of both of the streams I'm running at the moment. So, thank you very much for watching. I'll see you next time. Good night.
Bye.
And good night, Marc, Doopy, and Regular as well, since you call you guys out specifically since you said good night. See you next time.